Srimati Lalrin Pui, Honorable Minister, Women and Child Development, Government of Mizoram, Shri Mukesh Chandra Sahu, IS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Department of Women and Child Development, and Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Chief, Field Office, UNICEF Office for Assam and the Northeast States.
Now I request Srimati Pranita Morang, Deputy Secretary, Assam State Legal Services Authority, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Kalyan Rai Surana, Judge, Guwahati High Court. Now I request Dr. Priti Rekha Deka, ACS, Deputy Secretary to the Government of Assam, Women and Child Development Department, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Arundep Chaudhary, Judge, Guwahati High Court. Srimati Priyambada Misra, Program Officer, SCPS, is requested to kindly felicitate Sri Kentojini, Honorable Minister, Law, Legislative and Justice, Social Justice Empowerment and Tribal Affairs, Government of Arunachal Pradesh.
Srimati Lalrin Pui, Honorable Minister, Women and Child Development, Government of Mizoram, will now be felicitated by Srimati Momi Mili, Program Officer, SCPS. Shri Mukesh Chandra Sahu, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Department of Women and Child Development, will be felicitated by Nafisa Ali, Program Officer, SCPS. Srimati Smita De Bodhikari from the Guwahati High Court Registry will now felicitate Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Chief Field Officer, UNICEF, Office for Assam and Northeast States.
May I now request Sri Mukesh Chandra Sahu, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Government of Assam, Department of Women and Child Development, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to you all. Honorable Mr. Justice Kalyan Rai Surana, Chairperson of the Juvenile Justice Committee, Guwahati High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Arundep Chaudhary, esteemed Honorable Judges of the Guwahati High Court of the Dais, Shri Kentojini, Honorable Minister, Social Justice and Empowerment, Arunachal Pradesh, Srimati Lalrin Pui, Honorable Minister, Women and Child Development, Government of Mizoram, Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Chief of Field Office, UNICEF, distinguished judicial officials and government officials from various departments of Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland and Assam, valued members of the child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards, representatives of non-governmental organizations from the 4 states, and all other dignitaries present here today. It is with great pleasure and deep sense of responsibility that I welcome each one of you to this significant consultation on the protection of children with special needs. Your presence here reflects the shared commitment we all hold towards the protection and well-being of some of the most vulnerable members of our society, that is our children. As we gather today, we are not only representatives of our respective states and institutions, but also custodians of the rights, dignity, and future of countless children who look towards us for protection, guidance, and justice. This consultation is an essential platform to deliberate, collaborate, and strategize on the pressing issue that affect children with special needs, particularly those within the juvenile justice system. The focus of our discussions will center on critical themes, including the availability of services for children in need of care and protection, and children in conflict with law, the capacity building of our workforce, and the monitoring mechanisms that ensure the implementation of these services. These discussions are vital as they will involve the development of an action plan that aligns with both state and national commitments to safeguard the rights of the children with special needs. We have the unique opportunity here to review the progress made thus far, identify gaps in our existing systems, and most importantly, to forge new pathways that will strengthen the support structures available to children with special needs. The insights we gain and the decisions we make during this consultation will have far-reaching implications, and not only for the children in our care, but also for overall justice and protection system in our states. I extend my deepest appreciation to our honorable judges and judicial officials. Your expertise and commitment in upholding the law are invaluable to our mission. The judiciary plays a crucial role in ensuring that rights of children with special needs are protected, and your guidance will be instrumental in shaping the outcomes of this consultation. To our colleagues from Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, and Nagaland, I thank you for your presence and for the perspectives you bring to this dialogue. Your participation underscores the importance of interstate collaboration in addressing these issues, ensuring that our efforts are not limited by geographical boundaries, but are enriched by diverse experiences and shared objectives. To the members of child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards, your role in the system is indispensable. Your decisions and actions directly impact the lives of countless children, and I commend you for your unwavering dedication. Similarly, I recognize the invaluable contributions of the NGO members present here today. Your efforts at the grassroots provide the lifeline for many children and their families, and your insights will be pivotal in shaping the outcomes of this consultation. As we commence this consultation, I urge all of us to engage in open, thoughtful, and solution-oriented discussions. Let us remember that the children we aim to protect are not just statistics. They are individuals with unique needs and potentials. Our goal is to create an environment where every child, regardless of their abilities or circumstances, has the opportunity to grow, learn, and thrive. I welcome you all and look forward to the fruitful discussions that will take place during the day. Together, let us reaffirm our commitment to the protection of children with special needs and work towards a future where their rights are fully realized and their voices are heard. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Chief, Field Office, UNICEF Office for Assam and Northeast States, will now be delivering her introductory address.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Mr. Justice Kalyan Rai Surana, Chairperson of the Juvenile Justice Committee of the Guwahati High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Arundep Chaudhary, Shri Kento Jini, Honorable Minister Law, Legislative and Justice, Sports and Youth Affairs, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Ms. Lanrin Pui, Honorable Minister Health and Family Welfare, Social Welfare and Tribal Welfare, Women and Child Development, Tourism, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Honorable Justice of Guwahati High Court, present in the hall, Shri Mukesh Chandra Sahu, Principal Secretary, Government of Assam, distinguished dignitaries present here today from all the four participating states of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Mizoram, and Nagaland, ladies and gentlemen, children, young people present, my colleagues from UNICEF. It is indeed a privilege to participate in this discussion today, especially with the children present in the hall, children with disabilities, alongside a very diverse group of stakeholders. Children and young people are the foundation of our society. They deserve our unwavering support, guidance, and enabling environment to reach their full potential, regardless of their physical or mental abilities. Children with disabilities face unique challenges that hinder their access to entitlements and constitutional provisions. These challenges often stem, as we know, from discrimination, stigma, and limited access to resources. The inclusion of children with disabilities in policy and program design is crucial for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and leaving no one behind. Recognizing disability is essential for creating an inclusive environment, an inclusive society. India has been a strong advocate for disability rights, ratifying the Convention on the Rights of People with Disability in 2007, and the CRPD establishes a human rights framework for disability inclusion with Article 7 specifically addressing the rights of children with disability. India has also enacted comprehensive legislation, including the Rights of People with Disability Act of 2016, which was amended in 2022, the National Trust Act of 2018, and the Mental Health Care Act of 2017 to safeguard the rights and well-being of people with disability. Yet, despite these legislative measures, there remains a need to address gaps and overlaps between the existing child protection legislation, the Juvenile Care and Protection Act, Juvenile Justice Act, the POCSO Act, the Child Marriage Act, and the provisions for children with disability. Census data from 2011, it's a bit dated, but even that indicates that about 2 million children in India have disability. Global data, on the other hand, indicates that 1 in 3 children, especially in childcare institutions, is a child with disability. And furthermore, children with disabilities are proportionately higher living in childcare institutions, some estimates showing that up to 25% children and young people are living in facilities, and these children have increasingly more intellectual and mental health conditions. We also know that the mortality of children with disabilities in institutional care is significantly higher. It's almost 100 times higher than for other children, as per the study which was undertaken by UNICEF, a fact sheet that we put together for children with disabilities in August of 22. The Ministry of Human Resources Department, MOHRD, that study on out-of-school children indicates that children with disabilities are more likely to be out of school compared to their peers without disability. So really, coming to this consultation, what are we looking at? In today's deliberations, let us consider that children with disabilities are children first. They have the same rights as all other children, deserve protection from all forms of violence, abuse, neglect, exploitation, and harmful practices. Secondly, barriers faced by children with disabilities are often intersectional. Removing such barriers, such as inaccessible social services, lack of assistive technology, limited support for caregivers, is crucial for including them in all walks of life. Stigma and discrimination are the underlying causes of these barriers, addressing negative socio-cultural beliefs, and that is very, very essential for creating an inclusive society. Child protection systems, the custodians are sitting here, the duty bearers are sitting here, and we often as a team fail to adequately address the needs of children, especially children with disabilities, leading to increased vulnerability and risk. And strengthening this system is vital for ensuring the well-being of children with disabilities. And finally, investing in disability inclusion has significant social and economic returns. And I speak to the ministers present in our August dais today that by addressing the barriers faced by children with disabilities, we can create more inclusive and equitable societies. To address these systemic challenges, UNICEF is working very closely with government, with judiciary, with NGOs and organizations of and for people with disability. Our goal is to provide comprehensive and meaningful protection services to ensure children with disabilities get the same rights, the same opportunities as all other children. I look forward to the findings of this consultation because they will inform our efforts to develop a solution-oriented approach that promotes a just, inclusive, and equitable society where children with disabilities can live with dignity and lead a healthy life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like to take this opportunity to inform here that we have in our midst today Mr. Herambo Das, teacher from the Government BDS Deaf and Dumb School. He'll be interpreting the proceedings of today's program through sign language.
Now the keynote address of the inaugural session will be delivered by Honorable Mr. Justice Arundev Chaudhary, Member, Juvenile Justice Committee, Guwahati High Court.
Justice Kalyan Rai Shurana, Chairperson, Juvenile Justice Committee, Guwahati High Court. My esteemed brothers sitting of the dais, Mr. Kento Zini, Honorable Minister Law, etc., who happens to be once a colleague of us in Bar, and Madam Lalridpui, Honorable Minister, Social Justice, etc., State of Mizoram, and Mr. Sahu, who is here and who has always been with us for implementation of these programs. I also welcome all the dignitaries and the participants from all the participating states. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to stand before you today to give the keynote address in a consultating program of paramount importance, the intersection of Juvenile Justice Act and the rights of disabled children. Our society's progress can often be measured by how we treat the most vulnerable among us. And today, we focus on ensuring that disabled children, particularly those entangled in the justice system, receive the protection, care, and support they need to thrive. As we all know, the Juvenile Justice Act is rooted in the principles of child-friendly justice and rehabilitation, emphasizing the reintegration of juvenile offenders into the society, or in a sense to the mainstream. It is a progressive piece of legislation that recognizes the unique need of children and aims to provide a protective and nurturing environment for their development. Children with disabilities face the distinct challenge within the juvenile justice system. These challenges often stem from a lack of awareness, inadequate resources, and systematic biases. Disabled children are disproportionately represented among those in conflict with law, and their disabilities can sometimes be misunderstood or ignored by the system. Studies have shown that disabled children are more likely to come into contact with juvenile system, often due to behavioral issues stemming from their disabilities that are being misrepresented as delinquency. Though everybody is joining our hands to uplift the system, however, the system often lacks the resources to provide adequate support for disabled children. This includes physical accessibility in children homes. We are having children's homes. In most of the cases, it is not specifically constructed or facilities are not available for their specialized care and access to educational and therapeutic services. Disabled children also face discrimination within the justice system. Their disabilities can lead to unfair treatment, such as longer detention periods, inappropriate placements, or lack of access to legal representation. We all know that there are statutory and legal protections for disabled children. As Madam Jonathan has also highlighted, different acts are there. And there are international legal frameworks which offer several protections for disabled children, such as recognition of disability, right to have rehabilitation and recognition, etc. Now, one of the most important aspects is the role of child welfare in the entire system. The members of CWCs are present here, and they play a very critical role in safeguarding the rights of disabled children. The CWC is responsible for ensuring that disabled children receive appropriate care and protection, including placement in suitable facilities and access to specialized services. Having said so, there are huge challenges in implementation, and that's why all the stakeholders are here to find out the problems of implementation and proper implementation of such right of children. While Juvenile Justice Act provides a strong legal framework, the implementation of its provision, particularly for disabled children, remains a challenge. Some of the challenges are resource constraint. Our honorable ministers are here. They will better know that many juvenile justice institutions lack resources to effectively implement Act's provision for disabled children. This includes shortage of trained personnel, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to specialized services. Another aspect is lack of awareness and training, coordination between the agencies, strengthening legal protections, capacity building and training, and enhancing support services. We hope and trust that today's brainstorming session will enlighten us and show us the path for the resolution of these issues. Now, as I conclude, let all of us remember that the measures of any society lies in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Disabled children in the juvenile justice system deserve our unwavering commitment to ensuring their rights and protect their futures as secured. By strengthening the implementation of Juvenile Justice Act and promoting a more inclusive justice system, we can make significant strides in building a society that leaves no child behind. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship. We'll now have an address by Shri Kentojini, Honorable Minister, Law, Legislative and Justice, Social Justice, Empowerment and Tribal Affairs, Government of Arunachal Pradesh.
सबको प्यार भरा नमस्कार and good morning to one and all. Today I really feel refreshing to see all judges today here amongst us. It's like my homecoming. I was here for quite long years as a lawyer as well as practicing lawyer with all senior judges. Srimati Lalan Pui, Honorable Minister, Women and Child Development, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Honorable Mr. Justice Kalyan Surana, Chairpersons, Juvenile Justice Committee of Guwahati High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Arun Dev Chaudhary, Member Juvenile Committee, Guwahati High Court, Mr. Mukesh Chandra Sahu, IS Principal Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam, Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, Chief Field Office, UNICEF Assam and Northeast, and without mentioning the judge's name, the today's program may not be completed. So I would like to take name of our senior judges of Guwahati High Court, L.S. Zamir, Justice L.S. Zamir, Justice Michael Jotam Kumar, Justice Mr. Pathak, Justice Sanjay Mehdi, my elder brother, and my childhood friend, Justice Kadak Etaji, and all judicial officers, dignitaries on and off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Juvenile Justice Committee of Guwahati High Court in collaboration with Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam, and UNICEF Assam and Northeast for organizing these important events on the effective implementation of Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 and POCSO Act 2012 with a specific focus on children with disabilities 2024. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this significant occasion which aims to spread awareness about the right of disabled person in society and to engaging in a thorough discussion on national and international aspect of this topic. The theme of program is profoundly significant and I am eager to explore in depth. However, I would like to underscore that my presentation will concentrate on topic of children with disabilities, as esteemed expert will provide comprehensive insight into juvenile justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015 and POCSO Act 2000 in technical session. Nonetheless, I shall touch it upon the special laws in gist. The Protection of Children from Sexual Offence, POCSO Act, enacted in 2012 in India, aims to safeguard children from sexual abuse and exploitations. It establishes stringent legal provisions for provisions of minors, ensuring that offences against them are addressed swiftly. The Act mandates mandatory reporting offences and provides child-friendly procedures during trials. It emphasizes child rights and aims to create a safeguard environment for the children. Through its framework, POCSO seeks to deter potential offenders and promote awareness about child problems. The Juvenile Justice Act 2015 in India provides a legal framework for the care, protections, and rehabilitation of children in conflict with the laws, as Justice Chaudhary has already cited. It emphasizes a child-centric approach, focusing on rehabilitation rather than punishment, and organizes the importance of addressing underlying issues that lead to juvenile delinquency. The Act establishes juvenile justice boards for fair and timely adjudication of cases involving minors and incorporate provisions for protection of children from abuse and exploitations. Ailing with international standards on child rights, overall, the Act seeks to create a supportive environment for the reintegrations of juvenile into society. Our government is contemplating a robust mechanism to ensure more effective implementation of both these special laws in days to come. Now I proceed to speak on children's child disabilities with disabilities. Disability is a concept understood by the various social thinkers, jurists, and social workers, considering the inherent philosophy of the term. While disability often implies a deficiency, physical, mental, or sensory, many individuals with disabilities inspire more others with their intellectuality and positive outlook on life. Although the disability is primarily defined in terms of medical deficit, it is not a homogeneous category. It includes various bodily variations, impairments, sensory deficits, and mental or learning inadequacies, which may be a congenital or acquired. Disability has been recognized as a human right issue internationally, particularly with adoptions of Convention of Rights of Persons with Disability in 2007 by the United Nations. The disability rights debate is about ensuring equal and effective enjoyment of all human rights without discriminations for the people with disability. The primary responsibility for ensuring respect for this right rests with the government. The government of India has taken steps to provide equal opportunities for persons with disability. Several acts implementing various policies aim at their empowerment. In 1992, India became a signatory to the proclamations on full participation and equality of people with disability in Asia-Pacific region, obligating countries to enact legislation accordingly. In line with that commitment, the Indian Parliament enacted Persons with Disabilities Equal Opportunities Protection of Right and Full Protection Act in 1995, which was amended in 2010. After signing and ratifying the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability in 2007, Parliament adopted Right of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, addressing the concern of marginalized section of the society. This act repeals the earlier law and institutionalized the robust regime in the UNCRPD principles, engaging from consultations with various stakeholders. The Right of Person with Disability Act 2016 envisions the civil and political rights of persons with disabilities alongside their economic, social, and cultural rights. It includes provisions for equality, non-discrimination, protection from cruelty and abuse, reproductive rights, accessibility in voting, access to justice, and guardianship where necessary. It emphasizes full participation and inclusion in society, recognizing disabilities as a part of human diversity. The Act prohibits discrimination against persons with disabilities unless justified as a proportionate means of achieving a legitimate aims, marking a paradigm shift from viewing disability as a social welfare concern to a human rights issue. Thus, it is a milestone in the struggle for equal opportunities for disabled people in India. I would like to take this opportunity to share some important welfare scheme initiated by the government of Arunachal Pradesh as a Law Minister and Social Welfare Justice Minister. Under the able leadership of our visionary leader, Pema Khanduji, Honorable Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, in addition to the central schemes. These includes the Chief Minister's Security Schemes, a flagship program that provides a top-up in addition to the financial assistance from National Social Assistance Program for widows, Divyangjans, including children with disabilities, and elderly individuals. The state program for rehabilitation of persons with disabilities offer a welfare rehabilitation services to disabled persons in the state of Arunachal Pradesh. The Arunachal Pradesh schemes for providing grant of medical treatment for children with special needs provide grant of special medical treatment of children with special needs in children institutions, offering a one-time ceiling grant of 5 lakhs with additional fund of rupees 2 lakh for rare medical cases. Our government is also implementing the Arunachal Juvenile Justice Fund Rules 2019 to support the welfare and rehabilitation of children, and currently 2 children are benefiting from this scheme. Another important initiative is the Chief Minister Arogya Arunachal Yojana, which aims to reduce the financial burden on citizens seeking treatment of diseases and hospitalizations, with funding up to 5 lakhs per family annually. Another significant scheme our government is implementing is the Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister's Bal Seva scheme, which provides financial assistance to children orphaned due to COVID-19, offering a monthly amount of 1,500 in addition to a sponsorship program of Mission Vatsalya for these children. 8 children have been benefited under this scheme. This one-day state-level multi-stakeholder consultations on protections of children with disabilities is intended to provide platform for disability researchers and activists to share their insight and perspective on contemporary development and issues concerning the right of persons with disabilities in India. The intention is not only to explore the essays of assessing justice through litigation and procedural practices, but also to examine how laws both directly and indirectly impact the lives of people with disabilities in India. Platform will also both national and international laws that concern people with disabilities. Before conclude my speech, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to the organizer for at least remembering me on this special occasion or special events. And a special thanks goes to Justice Surana and Justice Chaudhary for inviting me as one of resource person to be with you today. With that few words, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to request Srimati Larinpui, Honorable Minister, Women and Child Development, Government of Mizoram, to present her address.
Good morning, delegates and special invitees. Honorable Minister, Law, Legislative and Justice, Social Justice, Empowerment and Tribal Affairs, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, Sri Kento Jini, Honorable Justice Arun Dev Chaudhary, Member, JJC, Guwahati High Court, Mr. Mukesh Chandra Sahu, Principal Secretary, Government of Assam, Department of Women and Child Development, Dr. Madhulika Jonthan Chief, Field Office, UNICEF Office, Assam and Northeast States. I am humble and honored to address this special occasion. I want to start my speech today by thanking the JJC Guwahati High Court for inviting me to speak to you today. State-level multi-stakeholders consultation on implementation of JJ Act and POCSO with special reference to children with disabilities is of special interest to me and the department that I have honored to lead. The kind of events are important because they facilitate the collective reflection to find effective solutions, and they bring light to individuals who are too often left behind, that is, children with disabilities. I believe that all those who have come to this consultation program have shown great determination and commitment to supporting the most vulnerable children in our society. As Children's Minister, I share your belief that no children should be left behind, that all children deserve to be safe and happy. I firmly believe that we are entrusted with the responsibility to ensure children with physical and mental special needs are empowered to access their rights as well as to provide for the opportunities they deserve. Currently, for the state of Mizoram, 5,992 UDID have been issued as of today, but unfortunately I cannot extract the exact figure of the children due to technical problems in the UDID portal. Whether it is a physical, mental disability or a serious chronic disease, many of our children live with disability every day of their lives. There are 102 children who are physical and mental conditions placed in various child care institutions across Mizoram. These children are provided with different types of rehabilitation, therapy, and support. Therapy is also provided to the parents so that these children can be restored to their parents at the earliest. Since 2019, around 630 mental, psychological, physical tests have been concluded for children who came under the JJ system, Juvenile Justice System, out of which 167 children have been found to have physical and mental conditions. In addition, Child Guidance Center is also run under Women and Child Development through Child Protection Services. Under CGC 305, children have been placed under various therapy on rehabilitation services since 2019. For rehabilitation of these special needs children, 60 child care institutions available in Mizoram with specialized skills staff for children with special needs. During the procedural inquiry and legal proceedings, 42 police stations are equipped with child-friendly corner, 39 police stations have been women help desk, and district courts are also equipped with children's room or child-friendly room. Under Health and School Department, many specialized skill staff and place for different children with disabilities under Samagra. 71 special educators and 52 children with special needs resource persons are made available. I want to acknowledge all the caregivers and stakeholders who are here with us and who are at home or in their workplace and working behind the scene. It is not easy. Caregivers, including parents, siblings, relatives, specialized workforce who are there to support and to teach, and the multi-stakeholders can easily suffer from emotional burnout. They can only support persons with disabilities to their best ability. When they too are supported, often they work with such unceasing love and devotion that we risk taking efforts for granted. So I just want to say thank you all those involved for nurturing and bringing out the best in each and every children with display and mental conditions or disabilities under their care. Children with disabilities generally require the same general health care services needed by every child, but often an increased frequency and intensity, and they also require a variety of specialized services that children without disabilities do not generally need. The needs of children with disabilities and their families often are too diverse and extensive to be met solely by primary care provider. Many children with disabilities require services from a wide variety of providers. Care needs an increasingly shifting a team-based approach. As a result, children with disability and their families often have difficulty navigating and accessing needed services and supports. Thus, approach to health care needs to be moved more towards a coordinated and integrated approach to delivering health and services to children, especially those with complex healthcare needs and disabilities. Today, many of our children with disabilities will continue to grow. We need a master plan to support them in their adulthood, and this is one of the biggest gaps that needs to be worked out on. It is not only about that we can take care of our people and children with disabilities, but also about creating those opportunities for them to live a life with dignity. That will require all stakeholders and professionalized workforce to open their doors, open their hearts to create those opportunities intentionally for our children, so that parents and caregivers can have peace and mind that one day, even when we are around, our children with disabilities will be cared for and respected by society. Ladies and gentlemen, the responsibilities for making the world accept such development and protection of the rights of children with physical and mental conditions is for the judiciary as much as it is for the government. Now the question is, what do we need to do for the next part of this journey? We need to have a roadmap, a plan to help us all navigate around potential roadblocks and fix potholes along the way, and also to cheer each other and on sustain on another throughout this journey. It is a challenging task, but let us be committed to build a community where no one will walk alone. Today, we take pride in our material success. In time to come, and we move onwards, I hope we will also distinguish ourselves by how we take care of those who need more assistance. I would like to take a moment to facilitate all the dignitaries on the dais. Yeah, I request my director to help me out here. Could you please stand up? All the dais, all the dignitaries in the dais. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Shri Subhranshu Dhar, Registered Judicial Cum Secretary, Juvenile Justice Committee, Guwahati High Court, is now requested to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present on the and off the dais, and to all the participants from all the 4 states of Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram and Arunachal Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I, on behalf of the Juvenile Justice Committee of the Honorable Guwahati High Court, consider it a great honor and privilege to propose the customary vote of thanks of this inaugural session of this year's state-level multi-stakeholders consultation on effective implementation of Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act along with POCSO Act with special focus on children with disabilities. At the very outset, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Juvenile Justice Committee of Honorable Guwahati High Court, headed by my Lord the Honorable Chief Justice, along with my Lord Honorable Justice Kalyan Rai Surana and my Lord Honorable Justice Arun Dev Chaudhary, for taking the lead in organizing this state-level consultation. I must also thank the honorable judges of the Honorable Guwahati High Court who are present amongst us today for taking their time out from their busy court schedule and attending this session. My lords, thank you all for your gracious presence. I must also thank my Lord Honorable Justice Arun Dev Chaudhary for delivering the keynote address in today's inaugural session. I would now like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Kento Jini, the Honorable Minister of Law and Justice, Social Justice, Government of Arunachal Pradesh, for attending the inaugural session and also addressing this august gathering. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Government of Mizoram, Srimati Lalrun Pui, for attending the inaugural session and also for addressing this August gathering. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Mukesh Chandra Sahu, the Principal Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam, for delivering the welcome address in today's session. Now I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Madhulika Jonathan, the Chief of Field Office UNICEF, Assam, for delivering the introductory address, and also the resource persons Arman Ali and Dr. Vindhya Sajid for being present in the session today. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Director, Administrative Staff College, Khanapara, for allowing us to host this event. A state-level consultation of this dimension could not have happened overnight without the help provided by Mr. Partha Majumdar, the Secretary, Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam, the office bearers of UNICEF stationed at Guwahati. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to them for helping us in organizing this event. Lastly, a special thanks to the officials and staff of the Honorable Guwahati High Court, the other officials of Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam, who have toiled hard in organizing and hosting this event. Now I would take your leave, but before that, I once again thank all the participants from the 4 states of Assam, Mizoram, Arunachal, and Nagaland for attending this inaugural session. Thank you. Jai Hind.
All the dignitaries and participants are requested to kindly proceed towards the ground floor near the library for a group photograph. The group photograph event will be followed by a tea break.
Technical session আছে টেকনিক্যাল সেশনত ল্যাপটপটো থব লাগিব এটা মাইকেদি চলাই দিম আৰু বগাই এটাকে আহিম এটা মাইক গুচাই দিম এটা গুচাই দিম
দুৱাৰা হ'ব হ'ব কাম কৰিছে কৰিছে
Vivic, आप गए नहीं?
Hello, hello.
আচ্ছা আহে ফেলে হা ইয়ালে আনিলে ইয়াৰ পৰা কিন্তু কোনেও নেদেখে মমি জানা হা তেওঁ সুধি ল'লে হ'ল কোনটো কনভিনিয়েণ্ট হ'ব বেষ্ট হ'ব সেইটো অঁ তলৰ পৰা কৰিব পাৰিব কিন্তু কৰ্ডলেছ মাইক এটা লাগিব কৰ্ডলেছ মাইক এটা আছে কিন্তু কৰ্ডলেছ আছে ন কৰ্ডলেছ মাইক লাগিব ইয়াতে কেইজন বহিব মমি ল'ৰা ছোৱালীকেইটা অঁ তিনিজন
এটা কর করে দিস
জ্ঞান ৰায়ত আছে নেকি আপোনাৰ মই ক্ৰমটো খুলি দিছোঁ কোৱা Hello? Wow. अरे दूसरी चार्जर चार्जर का चार्जर किन्हीं ले दिया उन्होंने क्या एक जो ओरिजिनल चार्जर
ये एक्चुअली नो फिट हाँ एक मिनट आप थोड़ा चेक करें
मोबाइल पे डिटेल पे ना आएगा ते हेक्टले ऐसे मोबाइल दो हेक्टले और जी क्या तो बहुत बात है मोर ओरिजिनल चार्जर है तो जो डाल दी शॉट आरो तो मुख नाल दियो मम्मी मनुष्य बेटा आजा सेक्रेटरी सिनी कोन है आदल मुख लग दोनो क्या खले हां तो मुख लग बो आदल तो हे ताके तुआ তোমার মোবাইল তো কিন্তু একদল চার্জার বন আসলে একদল তো দিলু একদল চার্জার একদম দিলি মোক কি দিছিল
People with disabilities face multiple barriers every day of their lives. They have to think twice before doing something as simple as
ठीक है इसको रहने दीजिए
फुल स्क्रीन कर देगा क्या
हाँ फुल स्क्रीन लेकिन अभी
मत बात में चला ठीक है itu ইউটিউবৰ পৰা চলাব এইটো পিপিটিটো কপি কৰি ৰাখিম কোনটো পিপিটি পাওঁগে अच्छा कौन सा नाम
अरुणाचल नहीं देखिए कंफ्यूजन होगा ना
हो जाएगा
वो फोल्डर में सेव कर दीजिएगा
क्यों?
অৰুণাচল নাগালেণ্ড
অৰুণাচল আৰু কাৰ পালে?
নাগালেণ্ড
এওঁ জানিব আছে নহয় ছাৰ আপোনাৰ তাত? এতিয়া কাৰ বাকী থাকিল? মিজোৰাম। কপি কৰিলোঁ।
তলৰফালে আছে পি মাৰি দিয়কচোন।
The state representatives from the state of Mizoram are requested to kindly submit their presentation. Mizoram of কোন আছিল বা লেডি তো আজি আছে হেৰি প্ৰেমবদা না টেক পিছফালে এওঁ ইয়াতে ৰাখি আছে চব। আচ্ছা এওঁ হাইকোৰ্টৰ পৰা আহিছে, এওঁ প্ৰচিডিং গোটেইখিনি কৰি আছে, এইখিনি তেওঁ এটা পেনড্ৰাইভত লৈ ল'ব পিছত হা হৈ যোৱাৰ পিছত চোৱা এই অসম হেৰি আহিছে, অকল মিজোৰামটো এতিয়ালৈকে অহা নাই, বাকী চব তেওঁৰ আছে। PPT হা और बच्चा कितना प्लीज गिव इट टू
करेगा ना हाँ ऐसा और पहिलो एमी पहिलो
From different child homes.
Child home only decided.
No, from various child homes.
तुम्ही हाँ वहाँ ये तो भाव गाड़ी गायन आज तुम्ही भाव ये तो
well placed. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now have the first technical session, the theme of which is Children with Disabilities, Gaining a Deeper Understanding by Technical Experts. Technical Session 1 will be chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Kalyan Rai Surana, Mr. Arman Ali, Executive Director, National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People, New Delhi, will be the subject expert for this session.
We also have with us for this session Gargi Gayan, Purnima Kolita, Bokul Roy, Anubha and Bindu Roy from different childcare institutes of Assam. Mr. Arman Ali, Gargi Roy, Purnima Kolita, Bokul Roy, Anubha and Bindu Roy will now be felicitated by the officials of the Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Justice Kalyan Rai Surana is now requested to start Technical Session 1.
Good morning to all of you, especially all the participants, including my esteemed brother, Justice Arundev Chaudhary, Mr. Arman Ali, Executive Director, National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People. As this is a very technical session where we have the domain experts, I think it would be appropriate for me to only say that let us hear the domain expert, and I hand it over to Mr. Arman Ali.
Thank you so much, sir, and very good morning to everyone. Sir, it's all right. Thank you. So I brought a PPT to be shown, but I figured a lot of the stuff that I wanted to say has been said in the morning inaugural session. And especially when you present a PPT, we talk about data, a lot of data, and what are the legal instruments there around any subject that we talk about. And it looks very academic most of the time. So anyway, my name is Arman Ali, as I've been introduced. I am from Guwahati. I live in Delhi, and I have the, should I say, honor to say that I was on the Child Welfare Committee for Kamrup Metro for 6 years. And I think the experience of being on the Child Welfare Committee for 6 years, to be looking at the issues around care and protection of children, and then children with disability in particular, I think gave me a lot of exposure, made the entire CWC feel very helpless whenever it came to provide institutional or any rehabilitation care for any children. And when it came to children with disability, I don't think we had any answers. And if you look at children with disability and juvenile justice and children who are in need of care and protection, particularly when they have a disability, I have people here who are from CWC and other childcare institutions. The only thing people come and look at is a place where they can dump that person with disability. The issue of abundant children with disability. The moment a child is born and if the parents or the mother, whoever sees that there's some deformity in the child, they dump it. And they are produced by organizations to pass an order where can the child go, where is a shelter home which is equipped to provide care and shelter and protection for the child with disability. Now, I personally think I failed each and every time, and because I am a person with disability myself, I came from an organization which works for children with disability and people with disability in particular. I was looked up that I would have the solutions. Children, education, health, these are all state subject. The responsibility lies on the state. And I'm not following any PPT, I'm just speaking as a person with disability, trying to share my experiences on the ground, and I still grapple with many issues at the national level when it comes to policymakers, policies, and so on. What fails children with disability is that, and what fails people with disability is also very interesting, that no matter what age you are, you're always treated as a child. That's the kind of issues which plague disabled people. So in my session, I have been given broadly 6 points or 5 points that what constitute disability, what is the global and national landscape, barriers, biases, challenges, and recommendations. So with all of you and with the permission of the chair, I want to know, sir, how do we proceed? I personally like to open the floor and take questions from people. I would also like to ask questions to people to understand, are we on the same page?
It's your choice,
Right. Thank you, sir. So one, I feel very pained each time I come to the staff college. And I am from this city, and I know from this place was being renovated and constructed. You don't find a washroom which is for people with disability. And I have come here and trained civil servants, people who crack Assam civil services, people who are visiting from Mussoorie have come. And this thing to be carried on the stage Imagine if this was done to one of our lordship. Imagine this was to be done one of the ministers. And the biggest problem with disability is that we never address the elephant in the room. We try to adjust, because the number one thing that I want to put it on record, that if you look at disability, and particularly children with disability, if I start with, in the global south, it is an afterthought. It is looked at a charity and a welfare issue. It is something looked at to do good, it is for a cause. "75% of children with disability in India never go to a school." The UDI's data says that the enrollment of children with disability is around 23% at the primary level, and by the time you reach the secondary level, the percentage comes down to 0.05%. And this is not something being cooked by NGOs or non-government and activists like disabled people. This is a government UDI's data which is available on the net. In a country where education is a fundamental right, free and compulsory education for all children up to the age of 14, and when it comes to children with disability, it is up to the age of 18. And the responsibility is on whom? The responsibility is on the state. The responsibility is not on the parents, the responsibility is not on judiciary, the responsibility is on the state to ensure that no child is left out. Then there is Samagri Shiksha Abhiyan, where we have ensured that all child go to school, no one is left behind, and so on and so forth. So if you look at the global scenario, there is 1.3 billion people with disability. There's 1.3 billion people with disability in the world. That means every sixth person in the world is a person with disability. That is a 16%. And in India, if you look at about 7 to 8 crore people who are people with disability. And Indian government recognize 21 types of disability. So besides being blind and being somebody who's locomotor disability or somebody with hearing impairment, there are other 21 categories of disability, and not all disabilities are visible. Not all disabilities needs to be on a wheelchair. The total population of people using wheelchair in the world is only 10% of the entire disability population. So if you want to create a ramp and think that I have made the facility or whatever infrastructure inaccessible for people with disability, it is not correct. So I know Heramba from last 10-15 years. Any government meeting, he is the only person there. So having a sign language interpreter. And there's so many other things that everybody needs for people who are deaf. So, and imagine this, when we're talking about this kind of a support system in a capital of any state. Imagine what happens if I travel in a vehicle from this place 1 hour in any direction outside Guwahati. We all know. We all know about this. And we go a little further, deeper in the northeast. If you go to a difficult terrain in Nagaland, in Manipur, in Mizoram, So I say there is at least, at least 15 to 20 crores disabled people in the country. And in Assam, the highest population of disabled people in the Northeast will be in Assam. The simple thing I often ask when we go out of our house, when you go to a school, when you go to a college, when you go to an office, when you go to a marketplace, cinema, any place of entertainment, do you see disabled people? Do you ever come across disabled people? I was in, day before yesterday, I was in Juvenile University in Sonipat. The students, I asked them, do you have any, have you ever met anybody disabled in your class, right from school? None of them had met. So do we say that disabled people don't exist? And I think it makes us all very uncomfortable, on any issues that we talk, which is to do with a marginalized community, people who don't have their own voice to say what they want to say, voice out whatever they are going through. So each time I speak and all of us get together, I think we have that responsibility to speak on behalf of all those children with disability and acknowledge the elephant in the room. At least the least that we can do is that acknowledge that there is a need, to acknowledge that there is a need of investment into children with disability. And rightly said by Honorable Justice in the morning, that all children are the same. All children need the same thing. All children need education, all children need to be cared, protection, shelter, the right to reach out to their own potential. I don't want to get into statistics too much. I don't also want to speak for a longer time because I would like to hear from all of you. If I say disability, what is that you understand? What is a disability? Anybody can answer. What do you think when you say that a person with disability? What is disability? Anyone can answer. There's no wrong or right answers. Yes, sir.
It can be physical and intellectual. The most common one is the children disability, the intellectual disability.
Right, sir. Sir.
For me, disability is a condition. It's not a disease.
Right, sir. Anyone else? Sir.
What we understand when it comes to disability, basically it is to do with a physically impaired person.
Vidya?
To me, disability is not within the person. It is a barrier created by the society that is impairing life.
Right, exactly. So, for the definition of disability, according to the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, I will read it out, that the person with disability means a person with long-term, mind you, long-term, physical, mental, intellectual, sensory impairment, which in interaction with barriers hinders their full and effective participation on an equal basis with others. So if in this room there are people with disability and if they are not able to come and participate on an equal basis with others, that situation is causing disability. If a child with disability is not able to go to the school because the school is not accessible, that situation is causing disability. It is not with the person, it is the environment which creates disability. So I'm very comfortable with myself. I am very happy and always comfortable. I am not in any pain. I'll be in pain if I fall sick or hurt myself. But on an everyday basis, I do not have a problem. Like, and also my fellow, people with disability, when they need some care, if they are getting that care and support system, they are not in pain. The pain is when you come to a place like Staff College, which is a premier institute and institution in the state, and you don't have a accessible washroom to go. So that situation is causing disability. When you have to be lifted by 3 people to get on a stage where you are a resource person speaking to all the learned and important dignitaries from the northeastern states, that causes disability. When I am not able to go and buy something which I want in a shop which is inaccessible, that is causing disability. When I'm not able to use a public transport, public transport has been bought by the money which I am paying as tax, is causing disability. And when disability becomes an afterthought, कि सब कुछ हो गया, लास्ट में बिल्डिंग के बाद बाहर एक रैंप बना देंगे, so that is causing disability. I have a video which I would like to play, sir, with your permission. It's about 3 minutes. It will also give you a break from my rant. That's been a rant? Yes.
This one? No, not this one. This one? I think this one.
15% of the world population lives with some form of disability. In India, the Census 2011 puts this percentage at 2.21%. But it is an accepted fact that India has one of the highest numbers of people with disabilities globally. Even if we believe this number, we are still talking about more than 26.8 million people with disabilities in India. Why are these millions of people missing? Why don't we see them in schools or universities, in cinemas, in markets, and even in our offices? Why? What is disability? Disability arises from the interaction between a person's health condition or impairment and barriers in the environment. These barriers can be physical, attitudinal, communication, political, and other systemic barriers that discriminate against people with disabilities. The Missing Millions is an initiative to highlight issues faced by millions of disabled people in India every day and how we can overcome these. The RPWD Act of 2016 provides us with an opportunity to ensure change. The Act mandates the government to ensure that every individual enjoys the right to equality and to live with dignity and respect. Respect for inherent dignity, individual autonomy, including the freedom to make one's own choices, and independence of persons, non-discrimination, full and effective participation and inclusion in society, respect for difference and acceptance of persons with disabilities as part of human diversity and humanity, equality of opportunity and accessibility. The Disability Act is one of the strongest disability legislations in the world, and each one of us must know its provisions and push for their implementation. Let's remove the barriers from our minds to create a world where no one is left behind. The Missing Millions, an initiative by NCPEDP. For any further information, please visit www.ncpedp.org or call 7303 944 839.
Vivid दुनिया के
So I will take a pause if you have any questions so far, before I move on to the next issue. If anyone wants to ask any question.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Now in India, 2.8 billion, 21 billion disability. What will be the main factor?
Poverty. So there's a vicious cycle between poverty and disability. Poverty leads to disability, disability leads to poverty. And if you look at the poorest of the poor people in the world, you'll find disabled people there. And the data which you quoted is 13 years old. 2011 census data, which says that 2% of our population are children with disability or people with disability is outdated and flawed. When the census happened in 2011, Government of India identified only 7 categories of disability. And after the enactment of the new law, the Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016, we identify and recognize 21 categories of disability. So the numbers would be different. So if you look at the world population, 16% are disabled people. Even if you take 10% of India's population as disabled people, we're looking at 10 to 15 crore people. So out of that, children would be the percentage that we are at. Yes, sir. Could be. But that could be, yes. You know, there are various reasons, but poverty and why this marriages in close relationships? Because lack of education, illiteracy, people who don't understand this. And when are you illiterate? Mostly when you are poor. Yeah, also in Iran, also in, yeah, I'm aware of the document you're talking about. Yeah, but that's, if you look at the population of such communities in the world is not as much as others. It happens across the country. And there are many communities in India also, irrespective of the religion, the marriage within their own community. There are practices that we have. But that's because of poverty, illiteracy, which leads to practice such customs. If there are no questions, Lakshmi Narayan, if there are no questions, I will stop and leave also. Yes, please.
Hello. Like I've said earlier, when we talk of disability, normally, generally what we used to know as disability is physically impaired person, right? But here, one question is that what about dyslexia, children with dyslexia? Because I have a son, he's suffering from dyslexia. And I feel that focus should also be given to dyslexic person. Because see, they are physically fit except mental insufficiency is there when it comes to academics. So when they cannot make it in the academics field, it is very easy for them to be misguided.
Sir, what is your question?
My question is, are we also dealing with person with dyslexia or not?
So, sir, the law identifies 21 types of disability, and one of them is learning disability. And disability, dyslexia is one of the learning disabilities that we have. So it is recognized by the law. Now, if someone who has dyslexia and is part of a school the curriculum, maybe dysgraphia, dyscalculia, there are different type of learning disability. And there's certain subject that you are not able to deal with, the school will have to make a reasonable accommodation and change it according to them. Now, I know of somebody who had dyslexia and is now, if somebody from Assam only, is now completed his MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. And when he went for admission, he chose not to do maths or one language because, and this was given to him as a reasonable accommodation. So this is, I'm glad that you brought this topic out, and a lot of people who have invisible disability like learning disability or any psychosocial disability which is not visible by people are often get discriminated, they often get mimicked, bullied in an academic system. Yesterday I have received another mail from somebody who's got dyslexia and trying to pursue PhD, and he's facing a lot of barrier because of that, because how can you claim this at this stage of your life and so on. And his certificate is like something they made when he was about 15 years old. So very well said, sir. I think all of us need to bring focus on these kind of issues.
Because these children with dyslexia, if they are not, addressed properly, then in a place like us, in the region, infested with insurgency, they can be easily misled,
Right, sir. If you could also identify yourself.
Yeah.
If you could also identify yourself, sir.
I'm the chairperson of Nagaland State Commission for Protection
Nice,
of
sir.
Child Rights.
Thank you.
So this is one area, and then this type of children can easily turn into children in conflict with laws also, if we don't address their problem properly in every level. And as you have also stated that mostly disability and special need is a state subject, right? But I think here center also should interfere and make it as a concurrent subject.
Please, sir, you are in that position of power to exercise your powers to make Nagaland government to take cognizance of this and move a new bill in the assembly to do this.
Definitely.
Yeah,
I'm also impressed, but since you are the right person,
sir,
also
I am
the ministry.
Sir, I am a person with disability. I work with a non-profit organization. I am not with the government. Government don't really like me so much also.
Oh, you can sound it to the government also.
So I am not a good guy to do this. If I start, then they will stop liking you as well. So I think, my role is to just tell you the issues around disability. I work with disabled people across the country and also around the globe, and keep questioning the status quo, keep challenging the status quo is what is my role. You being the chairperson of SCPCR, I think you are in a very strong position to raise these issues with the government or all the stakeholders. So the Rights of Persons with Disability Act identified 21 categories. If you could get a copy of this law and see, it's very clear and it's one of the strongest legislation. It has a twin track approach. The children with disability not only are identified as children with disability there, but also other rights. It's not that only in the section where you're talking about children with disability where you are recognized, but any law which. So what does the law says? The law says that any education institution which is funded, supported or recognized by the government cannot deny inclusive education to a child with disability. So can we understand how strong the law is? If you are saying recognized, it doesn't have to that the government has given you land free of cost or land on a subsidized rate and you build your institution there, so you cannot deny. Even if it is recognized by your state board or a CBSE or ICSE or anybody, you cannot say no. But what do? We go and say that my child has blindness or my child has low vision or my child has a learning disability, can you take? The school says no, you send him to a blind school, you send him to a deaf school, or you put them in NIOS, homeschooling. Most children who are registered with Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan or Samagrik Shiksha Abhiyan are in home-based education. There is only a data which is around enrollment. What about the quality of education that you talk about? And for this reason, and I'll be very honest. I speak at many forums, and most forums I think people are not interested in disability. So I save myself the trouble to go through a PPT, and I like to talk to understand if people are able to express if it is that important to all of you. And wherever I speak, I think I have a room full of people who can bring in change. I think a room full of people who have the power to question, to change, to move something. It just cannot be the same day in, day out. There are children across the country, the children who are facing sexual abuse in this country in shelter homes. Government-run shelter homes, privately run shelter homes. There are litigations going in Delhi High Court. There are appeals in the Supreme Court. I will go through all that, whether it is Apna Ghar in Haryana, or Asha Kiran in Delhi, or in Odisha, or in Ranchi. I know of cases of young girls who are deaf in Assam, who have been sexually exploited by people, and they are not able to express. And while I was in Guwahati, we have helped the Chief Judicial Magistrate to get an interpreter. Girls who had intellectual disability try to go with flashcard to understand how they have been exploited, who are the people. They're not even getting identified. And can we just look at disability and make a ramp and forget about it? That's how deep-rooted the problem is. So till I don't get the attention of the room and all the powerful people here, it doesn't make sense. Yes, please, sir.
I would only add that every state under this legislation is required to have a child policy. So you can impress upon you can send papers to the government, to the appropriate government, to see that the issues which you are trying to raise can be included in the child policy of the state, and then you give more strength to the legislation for better implementation of this act.
Yes, sir.
Just to add that as regards the physical disability and the barriers, the disturbing factor is the barrier. I'll give an example. Our law is in a sense almost sufficient to give the protection, but it is in paper. Indian Evidence Act. How a person who cannot speak, her evidence will be taken. Suppose she is a victim of sexual abuse. So the Evidence Act mandates how it is to be done by the magistrate, and it provides for a specialist person. But we don't have that specialist person. A trial in Dhemaji, you will not get, except Guwahati few. As sitting as a judge, we have seen this. And somehow the magistrate, those who are interested, he or she will try somehow get through the district administration, get hold of one officer. He will have to travel from Guwahati to Dhemaji. So these are the barriers. These are the disabilities. Disabilities by physically, it's not a disability itself. They are differently able, but they are becoming disabled by virtue of the barriers that has been created by the state, even after having all kind of facilities and provisions given, not facilities, the provision prescribed. That is what
I very important question, ma'am. So, I will say Narendra Modi is differently able than Manmohan Singh. Manmohan Singh ji was differently able than Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was differently able than Virat Kohli is differently able than Sachin Tendulkar. Sachin Tendulkar was differently able than Sunil Gavaskar. And all of us are different, sir. So the disabled, when you say disabled, so all of us are differently abled. There is no two person in this world who are the same. Even if they are twins, at least something is different about them. So differently abled is your potential. When you are allowed to give a bat ball and go and play, and you play so much that you are playing for India. And when you're playing, your parents say, why you play, go study, though you lose the opportunity to play for India, you become like us. We don't say disabled people. So I am disabled by the society. You never imagined when you make a staff college, there's somebody who could be a judge and come on a wheelchair. You never imagine that somebody with a civil servant and blind and be in this room as a participant. You never imagine that somebody who have any other disability will use all these services. So you're disabled by this, and this is being made by people's money. It is not a personal property. Even if it is a personal property, if you're making a restaurant and you don't make it accessible for disabled people, if you're selling fruits, if you're selling clothes, if you're making a hospital or an ATM or a bank, to withdraw my own money, my ATM card PIN is known by 500 people so far across the country. Wherever I go, I tell a driver, please go bring 500 rupees from there. He will go put the PIN. No, so why? So disabled by the society. Do you ever go to any building which doesn't have staircase? Everywhere in the world you go, you have to go to the first floor, there is a staircase. Because it's a majoritarian politics. The majority of the world, that is 80% of the world, are non-disabled people. They can see, they can walk, their hands move, they can hear. So everything is designed around them. So there's public announcement, so and so flight is about to leave, so and so bus is coming. So because this majoritarian politics, this majority of the people who actually go and vote and form a government. And when the government is formed, they first look after this majority of people who are non-disabled people for their employment, for their education, for their health, for everything. And then whatever resources is left is given to people with disability as free distribution of wheelchairs, hearing aid, white cane, and so on. Or giving a stipend of 1,000 rupees. Mizoram gives 300 rupees to any person with disability or children with disability per month as a disability pension. Nagaland gives around 500 rupees. Mizoram is Meghalaya is about 1,000 rupees. Government of Assam gives 1,000 rupees a month. What happens in 1,000 rupees? From coming to this meeting and going back, 1,000 rupees is over. And this money is not given to all disabled people. So the investment, so we are disabling them. Every day the country is in construction. Every single day you go to the remotest village in this country, there is a school being made, there is a public health center being made, there is a community center being made, or a private. Why are we not making these systems accessible for disabled people? Why today technology, whatever you do, you pay through your mobile phone. You want to order food, you use a mobile phone. You making through apps. Oh, this all is leaving people with disability behind. So that is the answer, ma'am. So so there are many case studies around physical, abuse of children with disability in shelter homes. Right from Apna Ghar to Asha Kiran in Delhi, where people with disability, children with disability are dying. I know in Guwahati there used to be 2 shelter homes where all children who are abandoned or in public were sent to these places without knowing the kind of infrastructure or support that would need. So there is acute lack of training and understanding around disability of all care system in Juvenile Justice Act. There is no systems in place to have a disability understanding of people who are running this institution, or whether you are a quasi-judicial body or a shelter home or any other institution. So I think there is a need to create a large awareness to understand the kind of disabilities which are there and the kind of support these children need. And I think the focus needs to be in early intervention when you have a child with disability born, to get the kind of support they need. And then education remains the core, because if you want to support any marginalized community, I think the most enabling and empowering thing that we can do is to provide education, which our country is giving you as a fundamental right. But these are again an afterthought. There is an acute shortage of trained teachers in schools, the infrastructure in schools, and other ecosystem. It just cannot be, you cannot parachute disability into something. I will pause here. I do not want to add anything more. I don't think it makes any sense, Lakshmi Narayan, for me to give you figures that data says this much, and this much, that much. It's about what we understand on disability, how inclusive are we in our approach in whatever that we do. And I would be open to any questions that you have now, and then we will stop.
Excuse me. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Thanks, Arman, for your thought-provoking deliberations. My name is Bhaskar Jyoti Manta. Just 4 months back, I have taken over charge of Director of Social Justice. I am also Additional Secretary to the department. Giving reply to Honorable Justice Chaudhary's query, from government side, in Assam context only, we have already moved a proposal for appointment of 18 numbers of sign language interpreters like Haramo, which was really was in the need of the time for appointment in all Honorable High Court and all the district courts and district commissioner offices. Secondly, when we talk about education, there is two types of education. One is inclusive and another is special education. But we don't have any data to start with. Though we have 19 or 20 numbers of special schools, excluding the government schools, that is 6, who are also receiving grants in aid from Assam government. There, what sort of, in fact, required education are being taught or provided, and whether the educators are special educator trained and certified, that we don't have. Lastly, there are so many issues to start with. If we refer to the data, as 2011 data shows that Assam has a disability population of 4,80,000 or something. But as of now, we have been able to provide UDID card to just 5,000 numbers of people. But where they have gone out. So I am also working on that, and practically working on this subject, what I learned that there is a need of awareness only. So I am planning to hold a capacity building training for the district administration officials along with departmental officers like this social development, district social welfare development officials for 2 or 3 days in the next 4th week of coming month. Basically, these are the issues. Now I'll be looking forward to have a discussion so that we can carry forward what needs to be taken and maximize the participation of all stakeholders, because it's not a matter of or responsibility of a single department. I myself, as a postgraduate from Cotton College, being in this service only just 1 or 2 months back, I have come to know there is no, what do you call it, this rectile which is required to be laid on the floor for blind students is not available there. I am also have just taken up, and I'll do it for myself. Lastly, it's also a component that from government side, we need to give or provide assistive devices to this all right from the children. Recently, I have been able to provide 120 numbers of smart vision glasses, then sticks with vibrating mechanism to help all our disabled students and other senior citizens also. Lastly, I'm also planning to bring all these disabled persons and children into those who have shown their prominence in the field of sports, culture, other literary activity. We are working on that. But basically, sometimes I feel we need to do a lot of things, but isko shuru kaise karte hai? So I'll be looking forward for your fruitful discussion with you, Arman. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhaskar. I think I admire the kind of work your department does. Even if you look at the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disability and the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, and the state government have their own departments and so on. So what is the role of the department that you head, social justice? Your work is around affirmative action, social security. If anybody needs scholarship, you are providing. If you need any information on disability from any other department, you are supposed to provide. But education is not part of your role. Infrastructure is not part of your role. Transport is not part of your role. So without a transport, can you go to school? If you have the best of accessibility in a school, can you ensure that? No, it is not in your hand. So I think there is a lack of political will. Because I said there's a majoritarian politics, because this majority of people who vote, they form government, and if you don't do what they want, you bring down the government. Disabled people in this country, there is 1 crore plus disabled voters registered with the Election Commission of India. Does one political party come and ask that please vote, we will do this for you? So I think this lack of political will, and people like you who voice it out, we hold the world record of highest number of aids and appliances being distributed in 1 hour in Imphal. So if you have the world record, imagine the number of aids and appliances that has been distributed. That means when you go out in the market, you see people all over. You see people on wheelchairs, you see people who are moving around. But where are these people? Because the infrastructure is being made of public money, keeping out disability. You can't make an isolated bus stand with ramp and think that the people will come. How will they come from the house to the bus stand? The metros are an example. Like all metros are accessible because they follow certain international norms. But from your house, can I go on a wheelchair? I live in Delhi. The Delhi is not accessible. The capital of this country is not accessible. And every day we are making something big, enormous kind of infrastructure that we make. But we keeping in, and by 2050, what is the population of the population of Indians over 60 is huge. How are we going to deal with the elderly population in the future? So if you invest in disability today, it will take care of us only in the future. And the best thing about disability is it does not discriminate with anybody. It can happen to anyone. And it will come with all force. No mercy. It will give you all the love it can give you, and you will enjoy it. Some of the things that people sometimes ask me, what is your wish? I said, may the whole world become disabled. And it is not scary, trust me. So it's painful, you know. I see, you know, just before you see me, you will see my wheelchair, and that's how you judge. Arey, isko kaise school mein admission dega? How will he give him a job? How will he go? Private sector says, if there's a fire, if he dies, my office will close down. Where will he come out all this? Blind student go to blind school, deaf student go to deaf school. Deaf school will go to Bhaskar, ask money, he'll say no money. Government doesn't put budget there. There's so much to be done, and this cannot be done in isolation. So if all of you here, you know, I might suggest, sir, that, you know, if you form a kind of a forum that you can are on the same page to discuss this further, and the governments need to invest, and when you invest now, it will take 10, 15, 20 years to see the light of the day. And we are dealing with new problems now, the disaster stuff. Disaster is such huge in our country. Climate change impact on our disabled people. The new discourses that are being started. The use of technology. So I think all of you are learned in this room, and when you go back to a state, I think you need to ask these questions. Where are the children? With that, I'll stop, sir, with your permission. Thank you. Clap, yeah.
Ms. Gargi Gayan and Ms. Purnima Kalita from the Ashanir Children's Home, Kamrup Metro, will now be sharing their experiences with us.
নমস্কাৰ মোৰ নাম গাৰ্গী গায়ন মই POCSO নিকেতনত ক্লাছ 2 পঢ়ো মই আসানীয় ৰূপনগৰ আসানীয়ত থাকোঁ মোৰ বা ভণ্টিহঁতৰ লগত খেলোঁ ঢেঁকী আছে জোন্না আছে সেইটো আছে আৰু মোৰ ফ্ৰেণ্ড আস্পিনা আছে মই তাৰ লগতে স্কুল যাওঁ আৰু মই হুলা হুপ কৰিব জানো আৰু নাচিব জানো আৰু মোৰ বৃহস্পতিবাৰে পনীৰ দিয়ে মই এইটো খাই বহুত ভাল পাওঁ আৰু আপোনালোকে আমাৰ তাতে আহিব
She is Gargi Gayan. What she says is she's 8 years old, 9 years old, and she is residing in Ashanir Home for Special Needs Children, and she is in class 2, and she says she loves spending time with her elder sisters and younger sisters in Ashanir, and what the most she loves about Ashanir is like they serve paneer on Thursday, and that is the most interesting thing she finds, and she's very fond of paneer. And she also says that she knows how to do hula hoop, and it's a dance form, and she invited everyone to Ashani. Thank you.
নমস্কাৰ মোৰ নাম শ্ৰী পূৰ্ণিমা কলিতা মই ৰূপনগৰ আসানীৰ বিশেষভাৱে সক্ষমসকলৰ শিশু গৃহৰ পৰা আহিছোঁ আৰু মই বৰ্তমান স্নাতক ডিগ্ৰী কৰি আছোঁ সংগীত বিষয়ত মোৰ কলেজখনৰ নাম হৈছে লুইতপুৰ ৰুদ্ৰ বৰুৱা ষ্টেট মিউজিক কলেজ বৰ্তমান মই 3rd সেমিষ্টাৰ আৰু আজি এনেকুৱা এটা অনুষ্ঠানত উপস্থিত থাকিব পাই মই খুবেই নিজকে সুখী অনুভৱ কৰিছোঁ কাৰণ খুব ভাল লাগিছে বহুত ভাল ভাল কথা শিকিব পাৰিছোঁ জানিব পাৰিছোঁ আৰু লগতে মই ইয়াতে আসানীৰ বিষয়ে কিছু কথা ক'ব বিচাৰিছোঁ আসানী হৈছে এনেকুৱা এখন শিশু গৃহ য'ত বিশেষভাৱে সক্ষম লোকসকলৰ কাৰণে যিখিনি সুবিধা থকাৰ প্ৰয়োজন সেইখিনি সকলোখিনিয়ে আছে যেনে ধৰক ফিজিঅথেৰাপি আছে কাউন্সেলিং আছে আৰু লগতে সাইডে সাইডে বাৰবিলাক আছে যিবিলাকত ধৰি পেলাই মানে মোৰো যাবলৈ সুবিধা হয় লগতে যিখিনি খোজকাঢ়িব নোৱাৰা বাচ্চা আছে তেওঁলোকে ধৰি ধৰি পেলাই খোজকাঢ়িব পাৰে ফিজিঅথেৰাপি কৰাৰ সহায়ত তেওঁলোকে লাহে লাহে খোজকাঢ়িব লৈছে দুই এজনে তো তেওঁলোকে তাত ধৰি ধৰি হেটোত সাপোৰ্ট লৈ পেলাই তেওঁলোকে খোজকাঢ়িব পাৰে সেইটো কাৰণে খুব ভাল লাগে আৰু আমি যেতিয়া আসানীত প্ৰথম আহিছিলোঁ তেতিয়া এগৰাকী ছোৱালী একেবাৰে বেড ৰিডেন আছিলে তাই কিন্তু এতিয়া তাই আসানীত আহাৰ পিছৰ পৰা ফিজিঅথেৰাপিৰ সহায়ত তাই এতিয়া খোজকাঢ়ি দৌৰি ফুৰিব পৰা হৈছে আৰু তাইৰ যিটো সাহস তাইৰ মানে যিখিনি মানে সাহস আছে সেইখিনিক লৈ মই বহুত তাই সাহসখিনি দেখিলে মই নিজে বহুত সাহসী হওঁ আৰু তাইৰ লগত মোৰ যিটো বন্ডিং সেইটো মোৰ খুব বেছি ভাল লাগে আৰু সেইটো কাৰণে মই তাইক লৈ এটি গীত লিখিছোঁ যদি সকলোৱে অনুমতি দিয়ে তেন্তে মই অকণমান গুণগুণাই দিব বিচাৰোঁ তাই হাঁহে তাই খেলে তাই সকলোকে হহুৱাই ৰাখে তাই হাঁহে তাই খেলে তাই সকলোকে হহুৱাই ৰাখে তাই পলকতে সকলোকে আপোন কৰি লয় মৰমেৰে তাইৰ বাবে আজি সকলোৱে আমি দুখবোৰ পাহৰি যাওঁ দুখবোৰ পাহৰি যাওঁ তাইৰ সাহসে মোক সাহসী কৰে তাইৰ মৰমে মোক কোমল কৰে তাইৰ বাবে আজি সকলোৱে কিমান যে যুঁজিলে তাইৰ সতে আশানীৰত আহি খোজ কাঢ়ি দৌৰি তাই ঘূৰি ফুৰে তাই ঘূৰি
মই যদিও স্নাতক ডিগ্ৰী কৰি আছোঁ তথাপিও বহুত বেছি সংগ্ৰামৰ সন্মুখীন হ'বলগীয়া হৈছে যিখিনি মোৰ কিতাপ মোৰ কোৰ্চৰ যিখিনি কিতাপ সেইখিনি প্ৰিণ্টেড হয় ব্ৰেইলত সেইখিনি নাই তো সেইখিনি মই বিচাৰোঁ যদিহে ব্ৰেইলত কৰিব পৰা যায় কোনোবাই যদি সেইটো পদক্ষেপ লয় তেন্তে মোৰ দৰে বহু ল'ৰা ছোৱালী ওলাব যিটোৱে এই কোৰ্চটো কৰিব বিচাৰে আৰু লগতে আমাৰ বিশেষভাৱে সক্ষম লোকসকলৰ কি হয় উচ্চ শিক্ষা কোনোবাই যদি লওঁ বুলি ভাবে তথাপিও তেওঁলোকৰ কিছুমান অসুবিধা থকাৰ কাৰণে হয়তো যিখিনি আমাৰ কোৰ্চৰ উচ্চ শিক্ষা লোৱাৰ যিখিনি সুবিধা সেইখিনি নথকাৰ বাবে তেওঁলোকে পিছহুকি আহিবলগীয়া হয় গতিকে মই ভাবোঁ যদিহে আমাৰ কাৰণে যদি ডিজেবল ফ্ৰেণ্ডলি যদি হয় বিশেষকৈ গুৱাহাটীখন তেন্তে খুবেই সুখী অনুভৱ কৰিম আমি সবে হয়তো আগবাঢ়ি যাব পাৰিম আৰু বিশেষভাৱে সক্ষম লোকসকল যদিও তেওঁলোক মানে সক্ষম তথাপিও তেওঁলোকৰ সকলোৰে এটা বিশেষ গুণ আছে যিখিনি মই আপোনালোকক কথাৰে কৈ প্ৰকাশ কৰিব নোৱাৰিম হয়তো আমাৰ তাত এনেকুৱা বহুত বাচ্চা আছে যিবিলাকে কথা ক'ব হয়তো নোৱাৰে কিন্তু তেওঁলোকে আকাৰে ইংগিতে আমি কি কৈছোঁ বা তেওঁলোকৰ যিখিনি মনৰ কথা সেইখিনি তেওঁলোকে শ্বেয়াৰ কৰিব পাৰে সেইটোৰ কাৰণে খুব ভাল লাগে তেওঁলোকৰ লগত আৰু মই আশানীৰ মই ডাঙৰ গতিকে মোৰ যিখিনি সৰু তেওঁলোকৰ লগত মই এতিয়াও যে মই ধুনীয়াকৈ খেলি ধৰি উমলি জামলি থাকিব পাৰোঁ সেইটো মোৰ খুব বেছি ভাল লাগে আৰু আমাৰ কি হয় বহুত বেছি স্কুল কলেজবিলাকত ডিজেবলবিলাকৰ কাৰণে মানে সুবিধাটো নাথাকে লগতে বহুতে এডমিশ্যন দিব মানে নিবিচাৰে তো সেইটো সব স্কুল কলেজতে যাতে মানে সেইখিনি যাতে সুবিধাটো যদি ৰাখে আৰু তেতিয়া আমি সকলোৱে কৃতজ্ঞ হ'ম আৰু মোৰ দৰে বহু ল'ৰা ছোৱালী ওলাব যিবিলাকে উচ্চ শিক্ষা ল'ব বিচাৰে বা এই মিউজিকৰ যিটো মই কোৰ্চ কৰি আছোঁ সেইটো তেওঁলোকে কৰিব বিচাৰিব আৰু এইখিনি কয়ে মই মোৰ বক্তব্য সামৰণি মাৰিছোঁ ধন্যবাদ
She says she is Purnima Kalita. She is 18 years old and she is from Ashanir Home for Special Needs Children. She is pursuing her graduation in music as she is very fond of music and she is in 3rd semester. She says that she is the eldest one in the home and she is saying about the barriers that she has been facing during her education. She requested everyone that if her education could be disabled friendly like her textbooks which were in the printed form and if that could be done in the mode of braille form. She also requests everyone in the room that she expects that the city is disabled friendly and so that many children like her can pursue her higher education which will be very beneficial for persons with disability. She also says that there are many colleges which doesn't take children with disability for admission. So she speaks about that that this barrier should be stopped and they can pursue higher education if these barriers are abolished. Thank you.
Thanks to Gargi and Purnima for sharing their experiences and showcasing their wonderful talents. Best wishes to our young friends here today. We will now have an open house discussion which will be followed by observations by the chair.
Thank you, Shri Arman Aliji, for a thought-provoking deliberations. He has made us understand that although we look a specially abled person in the society, we see them, but we don't feel their pain and we don't understand the nature of equal participation which will permit them to enjoy the world as we do. So I'm very happy that he spoke from his heart. And he was also right in saying that data can be given, but how far those data can be digested in a small time when we don't really understand the difficulties which the barriers create for them. The song of Purnima Kavita has in fact brought tears to my eyes to see the happiness which he gets when somebody thinks for them, though the other girl is also a specially able girl. So these are the small things which gives her a happiness. And unless we feel that pain, we don't give anything to the society in terms of equal participation to specially abled people. So this was really a thought-provoking session. Thank you.
We now move on to the state presentations from the state of Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland, and Assam. The theme of the state presentations will be Overview of Schemes, Services, and Provisions for Children with Disability across various departments, Challenges, Gaps, and Recommendations.
There will be one consolidated presentation per state, and each state will get 15 minutes for their respective presentation. This session will be chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Arundev Chaudhary. Honorable Mr. Justice Arundev Chaudhary is also requested to give a brief introduction to this particular session.
So we can proceed. So let us start from the last session. What we could understand is more than physical disability, the barrier is the main problem to resolve the issues or to bring those children is conflict with law, more particularly the disabled or differently able children to the mainstream or to make them a part of the general society. Till now, they are excluded. As Mr. Ali has said, that they are minuscule minorities. Why they should be minuscule minorities? Why they are minuscule minorities? Because they are human beings. They should have been part of us. And they are taken to a different strata or a compartment only because of the barriers that still exist. So therefore, this session can be a continuation of the earlier session. In earlier session, Mr. Manta has said the issues, how their departments are feeling. So therefore, let us hear the issues and challenges or the way out as perceived by the state, because the main stakeholder is the state. Ultimately, all those infrastructure are in the state's hands. Most of the things are resource constraints and implementation. Suppose we are saying in judicial infrastructure, till yesterday there was no mandate that there should be ramp, there should be facilities for disabled persons. But slowly we have come out, though it may not be PWD's manual or design, but we ourselves has decided to have committees and to recommend the structure of a building or a court to be disabled friendly. So these are coming, and if these are mandated in every sphere of the state, slowly we, as Arman Ali has said, that it is if we start now, it will take another 20 years. So better let us start it. So we'll just hear from the states. Will the Assam may start first?
No, sir.
Who will
Arunachal.
So let us go. Let's listen to the states. What are their problems and things? Then we'll have a discussion on it.
So first of all, we will have state presentation by Arunachal Pradesh. Yumlan Kaha, Director Social Justice and Empowerment and Tribal Affairs, is requested to put forward the presentation.
इसको छोड़ दो, ये में है। इसके क्या है?
ये क्या?
ओ आदमी आ रहे।
इसको ही करेगा। कनेक्ट नहीं है। नहीं। So, Honorable Justice of Guwahati High Court, Honorable with in charge of this Child Protection Committee, then all the esteemed members from various states and children who have come here from the disabled schools. From the state of Arunachal Pradesh, we have prepared a little short PPT, which you can see, Arunachal Pradesh. This is in the state at a glance. The largest state in the northeast state. Then extensive forest cover of 73.9%. Then rich tribal tradition, 26 major tribes, 100 minor tribes. Then low density of population is 17 people per square meter. Then 28 districts. And as per 2000 census, 2011, it is 13.8, out of which 7.6 lakhs, 7.6 lakhs are disabled persons. And central scheme we are implementing in the state is 11, and state scheme 8. So this is central scheme which we are implementing. Children home, 14 NGOs run in the children homes under JJ Act, and 233 children residing in these homes, then special school adoption agency, 7 NGOs, and 18 government under SSA, and children care institution with basic 50 capacity of special unit of children, 10 children, 2 children whom have registered as CCI with superior special unit, and 10 special need children. 9 children are housed under these registered homes. Open shelter, 2 open shelters have been run away missing schools, working on the street children, etc. 8 children are registered. At 1 observation come special home, plus one home come plus of safety at Pasigat, Isya, 6 juvenile home for under constructions. Then in the non-institutional case, service under mission Batshala WCD, it is implemented. Sponsor 4,000 per month to financial assistance to CNCP, 1193 children, including 5 children with disability, given assistance. Foster care, 3 children registered in temporary care and financial support of rupees 4,000 per month is given. Then after care, children aged 18 years, leaving CCI while provided with rupees 4,000 month facilities to the children's for reintegration into mainstream. Then in Anganwadi, the Anganwadi protocol for Divyangjan for children of age 0 to 7 months was introduced by Ministry of Social Welfare, Government of India, under Section Anganwadi and Portion 2.0 during 2003 and 4. Then if any child is suffering from delay in developmental milestone, they are referred to the screening in a hospital. Then one beneficiary has been registered Anganwadi Center and under General ICT service in Lower Siang. This is our central schemes again. Child Protection Initiative, Special Juvenile Police House units and Children Welfare Police officers in all districts to safeguard the right and well-being of the children and address to child-related cases, and anti-human trafficking unit under Integrated Child Protection Scheme present in 25 districts to address human trafficking case. And 102 police stations have women help desks to help in this case involving crime against women and children. Screening of birth defect. All public health facilities conducted during screening of birth defect and all the newborns. Babies with the birth defects are referred to appropriate level of health facilities for curative measure intervention. Newborn with defect versus screened. 2003, 2004, 17 out of 5824. 2024, 25, 3 out of 820 children. Then under this screening of children under Rashtriya Bal Sevak Sanstha, RBSK, mobile health team screened children between 6 to 59 months at Anganwadis and 5 to 18 years at schools for these. The 4 these cases are later referred to the district early intervention children centers. 1819 children are managed under 3 DEIC located at Longding, Teju and Pasigat. Total 674 children screened 6 months to 18 years. Then in 2002 and 2003 to 4, 9283 children have been identified under for these, out of which 979 have been affected with selected health conditions. Free service to infant under Janani Shishu Suraksha Karikram. 6 infants 0 to 12 months are provided free of transportation from home to health facility care center and dropped back to home. The 6 infants are also provided free medicines, diagnostics and blood transfusion in public health. Then currently 583 infants are admitted at facility center due to the sickness. The central scheme again, assistance to disabled person for purchase public fitting of aid and appliances schemes. District level camp was organized by Alimco for demand analysis of fitting aids. State level Samajik Adhikarita Shiva was organized for free distribution of aids and assistive device to Divyangjans. Accessible India camping barrier free aimed at protecting barrier-free environments to Divyangjan. 93 buildings, including 53 schools and hospitals, have been made barrier-free under Accessible India campaign. Unique disability ID for PWDs to create national database for Divyangjan and to issue unique disability identity card to each PWDs. Currently, there are 4,092 UDID, and out of which 3,762 have been issued UDID card. inclusion of CWSN under Samagriya Saksa. Inclusive of education, the teaching learning environment which supports all learning regardless of learning styles, abilities and disabilities. Currently, 3006 CWSN students are enrolled under Samagriya Saksa Abhiyan. Then stipend for girls. Then financial assistance of 200 per month is provided to girls students falling in children with special needs under SSA. Currently, 10028 girls students are receiving stipend under this initiative. Assistive device, equipment and TLM. Assistive device, equipment, teaching learning material in distributed for free cost among all CWSN students. Till now, 1950 students have received benefit through this initiative. In support therapeutic service. Free cost of therapeutic service are provided to the CWSN. Out of 497 children with special needs have received therapeutic support under this initiative. Providing aid and applications. Providing of aid and applications assistance device to CWSN are as per requirement. 3688 CWSN have received aid and applications under the initiative. Then transportation allowance and escort allowance. Transportation allowance and escort allowance is provided to the CWSN students for hassle-free in travel to schools. 982 CWSN have received benefit under the initiative. And then free medical assessment camp. Free medical assessment camp is organized in every district to provide free of cost medical facility to CWSN. Annual camp are conducted in all the districts. Home-based education highest class 8 to ensure education for all. The provision for home-based education covering under with severe multiple disabilities are launched. Till now, 277 students have received home-based education in Arunachal Pradesh. The orientation program on inclusive education, awareness and orientation program on awareness inclusive education are organized at district level annually. State programs are also conducted. Then this is a telephone number of counseling in the Arunachal Pradesh for you can see, and this is also a helpline number of women in district given. And this is a state scheme that we have implementing in the scheme. We have implemented in the state. Chief Minister Social Security Scheme, top-up provided under NSAP to PWD senior citizen and work widows. Currently, 1,700 per month is a pension amount for PWDs, and 285 beneficiaries below the age of 18 years are covered under the CMSS scheme. The state program for rehabilitation of person with disability. Welfare and rehabilitation service provided to disabled person on the state. 25 numbers of camp organized where aid and applications distributed to 2997 PWD for free of cost. Physiotherapy unit functioning at TRIMS, Naharlagung. Till now, 4515 Divyangjans PWDs, including 43 children with disabilities, have been benefited for free. Then grant in aid to Donipolo Mission School, Chimpu. This is a school for hearing impaired in Arunachal Pradesh. The school provides specialized education, training, and rehabilitation for children with hearing, visually impaired, and intellectual disabled persons. Grants in aid provided for facilitating bus service in schools. Currently there are 114 children in the school. And this is Arunachal Pradesh scheme for providing grant for medical treatment with special needs. The scheme provides grants for medical treatment and children with special needs in healthcare, child care institutions. It offers a one-time ceiling grant of rupees 5 lakh with an additional fund of 2 lakh for rare medical cases. Then one child from Oju Welfare Society, Children's Home, have received support under these schemes. Then Arunachal Pradesh Juvenile Justice Fund Rules 2019. The Arunachal Pradesh Juvenile Justice Fund Rules 2019 notified to support the welfare and rehabilitation of children. Under the scheme, the funds have been allocated for the rehabilitation of 2 children in Arunachal Pradesh. Then Chief Minister's Arogya Arunachal Yojana. The scheme aims to reduce the financial burden on people who seek treatment for disease and hospitalization. Under this scheme, coverage of up to 5 lakhs per family per year is made available by the state government. Under this scheme, total enrollment 6,16,258, total claim 36,880, total claim paid 86.80 crore. And Chief Minister's Bal Seva scheme, Arunachal Pradesh Chief Minister's Bal Seva scheme provides financial assistance to children orphaned due to COVID-19 pandemic. Under the scheme, monthly amount of rupees 1,500 is provided in addition to the sponsorship program of Mission Batshala for children orphaned due to COVID. Total 8 COVID children have been benefited. Now, this is the gaps that emerge out of we have discussed in the point. Human resource gap, lack of specialist and technical personnel hinder the effective implementation of schemes in the local area, a lack of rehabilitation center. Disabled population below 18 years in the state, it is up to 7,500, according to 2011 census. Therefore, 23% of the total population, disabled population. However, there are no dedicated rehabilitation center to address the need of children with disability in the state. Challenging terrain. In some cases, the difficult terrain in the state prevents the last mile delivery of service and schemes to disabled persons. Then communication challenge. CWDs, particularly those with the cognitive or communication impairment, may struggle to understand and respond to police inquiries, leading officers to potentially misinterpret and their behavior as non-complaints or aggression and respond inappropriately. The lack of database related to CWDs. A lack of database for CWD beneficiary under different scheme and the absence of data on the total number of disabled persons in the state severely hinders the effective assessment and reach of the children welfare schemes. And this is a way forward that have been taken up in the state. The center and the state government has implemented various schemes for the well-being and development of children with special focus on children with disabilities. Further, the state government has proposed following intervention aimed at enhancing healthcare, early disability, identification, financial security, rehabilitation and education. Vatsala Sadan, Government of India has approved the construction of 2 Vatsala Sadan under Mission Vatsala scheme to accessibility of child protection service under the juvenile justice system. Deen Dayal Disability Rehabilitation Center. for rehabilitation of children with disability. A special school and a psychosocial rehabilitation center for intellectual disabled has been proposed. To cross-disability early intervention centers provided facility for screening and early intervention of risk cases, rehabilitation, therapeutic service. State has establishment of Northeast Center for Cross Disability at Cambo village in West Siang. Then Composite Rehabilitation Center, Composite Regional Center, training rehabilitation professionals, village level workers, multi-rehabilitation workers and other functionaries to serve as resource center for rehab and special education of PWDs. Centrally, one PRC is running in the Naharlogong. Proposal for one CRC sent to ministry. Then increase state top-up under CMSS. Under this scheme, earlier that 1700 was given. Now it is existing top up of 1700. In addition to that one, the state government has planned to increase up to 2,800. Another 1,100 amount is increased. Way forward. This is a way for what we are looking to do. Specialized training in disability through sensitization program for concerned stakeholders to ensure effective interaction with children with disabilities. And two, proposal for establishing an auxiliary production center in Arunachal Pradesh by Artificial Limb Fitting Corporation, Artificial Limb Manufacturing Corporation have been submitted 5 acres of industrial land allotted at Niklok. Then three, conduction of survey to address gaps in the data availability regarding children and disability. Creation of child guideline center to provide a team of clinical psychologists, pediatrics, audiologists, speech language and pathologists, etc. will be available for one group. Then recruitment and specialized professional for effective implementation of UDID and RBSK. Thank you. This is a small presentation from the state of Arunachal Pradesh. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now have the state presentation from Mizoram to be led by Mrs. Zoran Thangi, Director, Women and Child Development, Government of Mizoram.
Who's going to start?
Mizoram State Rule Legislation.
कौन सा मैम?
Mizoram. Hey, excuse me. I'll put this. Yeah, me. Wait there. Honorable Mr. Justice Arun Dev Chowdhury, Judge, Guwahati High Court, other delegates, dignitaries, and special invitees, good morning to everyone. It is an eye-awakening moment that JJ Committee came up with this topic, and in our process of collecting this very incomplete data today, we realized that we are only in the first step in realizing the current situation where the state has been. This will greatly facilitate us in moving onwards for providing essential needs and services and protecting the rights of children with disabilities in the future. Our presentation will include all the services under JJ Act and POCSO Act from 2019 till date, and I will try to flip through the slides and make it as short as possible. So with the introduction, this is the UDID card status in our state. As of today, 6,001 UDID cards have been processed in the state. And status of children in childcare institutions, as we can see, we have 915 children in our CCIs. And looking at this graph, we can also see that as compared to 2019 and 2024, this is the number of children. This graph shows that the boys, the orange color is for the boys and the girls is the blue. So this is the number of children placed in the CCIs. And this is the district-wise status of children in childcare institutions in Mizoram. And totally we have 915 children. And this is the number of children in childcare institutions with physical and mental conditions. So totally we have 102 children. And coming to POCSO, crime against children under POCSO Act, IPC, JJ Act, and others, from 2019 up to 2024, July, we can see from these figures. And number of cases produced before CWC from 2019, total cases is 5,414, cases disposed is 5,343, cases pending is 71. And this graph also shows the data that incapacitated parents is the highest in the state, followed by child living in family of extreme poverty, and thirdly, we have the sexually abused children data. And this is the details of the sexual abuse cases produced before CWC during 2019 and 2024. And this graph also shows the sexual abuse case produced before CWC during 2019 and 2024. So here the orange color stand for the girls and blue color is for the boys. And this graph also shows the details of sexual abuse cases produced before Child Welfare Committee during April 2019 to July 2024. And number of cases produced before JJB from April 2019 to July 2024. Total cases presented is 1,168. Number of cases disposed is 1,107. Cases pending is 61. And this graph also shows that theft is the highest cases, amounting to 52.59%, followed by POCSO, which is 13 by 0.60%. And thirdly, we have ND&PS Act, which is 8.59%. And this table shows the progressive achievement where the state has made significant gains in the last 5 years. So in 2019, availability of services in regards to child protection units and other services is just 34, and in 2024 it has risen to 46. And childcare institutions in 2019 was 52, and in 2024 it has risen to 60. Child-friendly corners also have seen an increase. In 2019 there were 24 child-friendly corners, and in 2024 it has risen to 42. And in the women police station also we have 1 child-friendly corner and women help desk in 39 police stations. And under CID crime we have 2 child-friendly corners in the special narcotic and cyber crime cells. And these are some of the pictures of the child-friendly corners in the 31 police stations and outposts. This is the children's room in the Aizawl District Court, and I'm very happy to state that in the coming week, we have opened a crèche and a child-friendly corner again in the High Court, and which is to be inaugurated in the coming week. And these are some of the pictures of the children's room in the various districts. And another innovation which Mission Vatsalya has is the Child Guidance Center. This was started in 2016, and it gained momentum from 2019, and it is solely a state innovation plan, and where it is a place where we have registered professional functionaries such as psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, psychiatric social workers, special educators, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, sign language teachers, and speech therapists. So this Child Guidance Center is specifically for children from the CCIs as well as from BPL families. So altogether, 305 children have availed of this CG Center. It is located in the premises of the State Child Protection Office. So types of services rendered, we can see we have the clinical psychologists, we have the psychiatric social workers, occupational therapists, special educators, speech and language therapists, sign language, physiotherapy, special education. In a total, 691 kinds of services have been rendered. And this is some photos of the Child Guidance Center. Counseling room, family therapy room, playroom. And we also have one CCI for children with special needs, which is Refidim. Refidim is a home for children with mental conditions. So it is located in Aizawl. And total number of children admitted is 58, restored to families 29, transferred to other homes is 5, and we have one child who had died there in that home. And currently, number of children that we have is 23. And from this home, we have one child who is legally free for adoption, and school going, we have 3 children, and we have 6 children attending preschool, and non-formal education is given to 23 children. And these are the kinds of therapy being given in this Refidim home. And we have another home for children with physical conditions. It is called Betsaida Home. It is located in Durtlang, Aizawl. And the status of children in Betsaida Home is 43 have been admitted so far, and 11 have been restored to their family, 9 had been transferred to other homes, and total 20. Deceased 4 children had died here in this home, and current number of children that we have today is 19. And children who are legally free for adoption is 9, school going 5, and totally we have 19 children. These are the kind of therapy given to these children in Betsaida homes. And status of children in Devora Home. Devora Home is a home for victims of POCSO and who do not have family support. So very often POCSO happens within a family. So such children are being kept here in Devora. And total number of children that we have admitted is 117, restored to families 81, transferred to other homes 12, and current number of children is 24, and they are all school going. And these are the kind of therapy being given in Devora home. So this picture shows the living room, the study room, the playroom, etc. And we have another boys' home called Sirius, which is a home for children using as substances. It is also located in Aizawl. And we also have the Crescent House Girls' Home for children using substances. And this is the schools recognized for special needs children. Totally, there are 9 schools in the state for special needs children. And health department also has number of services for the differently abled children. They have the ADIP scheme. Seats have been reserved for PWDs at hospitals. Priority in attendance given to patients. Toilets for PWDs have been constructed in all hospitals. 2-wheeler parkings for PWDs. Grievance redressal officer identified in all government hospitals. All hospitals have been made accessible for PWDs. Screening for various disabilities carried out on a routine basis by all pediatricians and by RBSK and RKSK. Disability assessment and certification carried out by Social Welfare and Tribal Affairs. And these are the kind of services given under School Education Department, special education, special educators in the schools, RTE rules, total schools 1,573, Samagra 601, inclusive education for preschool 55, elementary school 2,623, secondary school 1,603. And materials and aids provided are wheelchair, crutches, hearing aids, spectacles, braille slate style, identification camps and medical assessment conducted from time to time. Girls given a stipend of 2,000 annually, braille and stationery materials, transport allowance at the rate of 4,000 and 4,500, escort and reader allowance, sign language, therapeutic services, home-based education, environment building programs and orientation, training of principals, educational administrators, etc. Braille and stationery materials provided to blind and low vision students. Age-appropriate teaching learning materials, in-service training for special educators. And in this table, we can see the difference before 2019 and in 2024, whereas in 2019, there were absence of experts and specialized staff for children with specialized needs, but in 2024, experts and specialized staff provided. And secondly, support persons were not provided for victims of POCSO in 2019, whereas in 2024, support persons provided for victims of POCSO. And before 2019, there was no collaboration with mental health institutions for training and workshops, whereas in 2024, we have had collaboration with Samvat, Nimhans for training of counselors, capacity building program for DCPUs, training of child protection functionaries and support persons on working with children affected by sexual abuse and violence. So these are the tables showing the experts and specialized staff provided for children in conflict with law. So this shows the 2019 and the 2024 figures. Legal aid services also. So we can see the data for 2019 and 2024. Experts and specialized staff provided for children with special needs, 2019 and 2024. So we can see that there has been an increase in the experts and specialized staff. Even for POCSO victims, we can see the difference in between 2019 and 2024 in respect to support persons, special educators, sign language interpreters, translators, and other experts. And even under health department also, we can see that we have these kinds of specialists and support staff. And in relation to education department also, there are special educators at school, 71 of them, and 52 children with special needs resource persons. And these are some of the pictures showing the training of specialized workforce where we had collaborated with Samvad Nimhans, training of counselors with Samvad, training of SJPU in various districts of the state. And regarding mental health assessment, psychological assessment with assessment camp for children produced before JJB and CWC. Before 2019, there were no mental assessment tests, and whereas in 2024, mental assessment tests conducted by experts in Child Guidance Center. And before 2019, mental health camps were not conducted for children in the CCIs, whereas in 2024, mental health camps organized by Child Guidance Center for the CCIs. This is the table showing the children in conflict with law. Number of children referred for rehabilitation services. Children victim under POCSO Act. Number of children referred for rehabilitation services. Other children in need of care and protection. So total children produced before Child Welfare Committee is 5,015. Other children in need of care and protection details. Number of children referred for rehabilitation services, primary intervention, secondary intervention. And we have also seen a remarkable increase in the improved human capacity. We have collaborated with Mizoram University, various departments under Mizoram University, Patsunga College, Shrangbana College, Aizol College, Hatim Lunglei, Paramedical and Nursing Sciences, Ripans, Mizoram College of Nursing, and other nursing colleges in Lunglei, Thingdol, MBBS students at Zoram Medical College. So here we can see some of the pictures of the sign language classes, the training of MBBS students of ZMC. Lastly, coming to the gaps and challenges, services for children with special needs are concentrated in the capital city, that is Aizol, including experts and professionals. Barrier-free infrastructure and access, such as building ramps. Communication barrier, lack of continuum of placement care of children in CCIs who will age out above 18 years, especially children who are surrendered, abandoned, and are declared legally free for adoption. There are family restoration challenges. We have inadequate policies and standards. There are issues in service delivery, inadequate staffing, staff competencies and training affects the quality and adequacy of services for persons with disabilities. And in regards to school education, there are special educators but not experts to identify children with special needs. Funding is also another issue. And way forward, we need more home-based services special access to health insurance, invest in programs and services. Governments can invest in specific programs and services for people with disabilities, such as rehabilitation and healthcare centers. We need service integration. We need to widen existing initiatives and policies. There is scope among some programs to widen their remit in order to assess more people. And we need to improve accessibility, including public accommodations, transport systems, and information. We need to provide adequate funding and improve affordability. And secondly, availability of professional functionaries, specialized and skilled workforce. We need to engage more professional skilled staff to address shortages of specialized staff, to improve human resource capacity, take measures to improve staff retention to be considered and developed. Thirdly, availability of services for the well-being of children with disabilities who are in CCIs. We need to increase the funding. We need to increase funding for specialized units, and we need more inclusion for more specialized staff. Thank you.
From the chair, just I will say my view that we admit states are doing their best. We presume also they are doing their best. But we are here to find out what are the challenges, because admittedly we have not achieved the goal. So I will like the states to deliberate more on challenges, the gaps, and the recommendations, how they want to fill this gap and to achieve the goal. This session is for that only, so that we can have some resolutions or some decisions that these are the way out for us. We appreciate that states are doing it, that's fine, but we are here for the future. So I will request the other states to give emphasis on this. Thank you.
For the state presentation of Nagaland, we have with us Raitale Zeling, Program Manager, SCPS Nagaland.
This is the presentation. Honorable judges, respected officials from different departments, from NGOs, representative from different states. I, on behalf of Department of Social Welfare, take this privilege to give this presentation on status of children with disability in Nagaland. And the information and data presented in this presentation has been contributed by different departments such as education, police, medical, law and justice, and even different commissions such as Women Commission, Disability Commission, Child Rights Commission. So this presentation is a collaborative effort. So we have stick to the format that was given to us. As per the format, point number 1, availability of service to inform judicial processes of children in conflict with law and children victims, including survivor of child violence, sexual violence, sorry. So these are the all as mandated in Juvenile Justice Act and POCSO Act. These are the services that are put in place in the state. These are the service delivery structures and statutory bodies that are put in place. Here I would like to mention that Nagaland, which was earlier we had only 11 districts. Now the state has increased the district to 16 districts. We have 5 new districts. So when you see the service structure at the district level, when it comes to district child protection unit or child helpline services in districts, or the special juvenile police unit or the special court in the 5 new districts, we are still in process of setting up. But very soon, especially District Child Protection Unit and CHL, we have already completed the interview. Within months' time, it will be operational in all the 16 districts. But as you see in the table, CWC and JGB are already there, established in all the 16 districts. We have 87 child-friendly police stations. We have child-friendly court with child-friendly zone in 5 districts. And we also have special court as mandated by the POCSO Act. Going to the next slide, the next point, point number 2, availability of professionals and professional functionaries, specialized and skilled workforce in the state. So these are the list of professional trained workforce in different Department of Education. They have 38 special educator, health and family welfare. If you see, we have around 65 medical professionals, different like psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists. So there are just 65 professionals under health and family welfare. Social welfare department, you see 31 counselor under Mission Vatsalya, and support person as per the list maintained by the DCPU. We have 19 law and justice. We have 77 panel lawyers, retainer lawyers 11, and child welfare police officer we have 111. So as you can see from the figure given in this table, we have very few number of professional functionaries who are skilled to handle children with special need. So that is one area that is a major concern in our state. Going to the next table, point number 4, availability of services for the well-being of children with disability who are in child care institution. We have, under Mission Vatsalya, we have special home with special, children home with special unit, 3 out of 60 child care institution that is registered. We have 3, and 4 child care institution catering only to children with special need. And under Mission Vatsalya, when we say children with special need, we also include those HIV-infected, affected children. Excluding those homes catering to HIV-infected, affected children, for children with special need, we have only 3 homes. Total number of children with special need living in child care institution, apart from HIV-infected, affected children, there are 61. And we have one child, a special need child, who is declared legally free for adoption since 2022, but still the child is in the institution. Nobody has come forward for the adoption. And we have one child who is under process to be declared legally free for adoption. So this is the status of children in child care institution. Total number of beneficiaries under different departments for children with special need. This is the total figure. As you can see, total number of children who have availed UDID cards, it's just 678. And total number of children enrolled for school is 1,367. And total number, under Mission Vatsalya, we provide sponsorship. Under sponsorship, 8 children are covered, and 229 children are given scholarship under the state government. Even the education department is giving scholarship to the children with special need, but sorry, I don't have the figure here. Total number of children assisted through Juvenile Justice Fund, this is for their medical need. We have given as much as 2 lakhs also for the medical treatment of children with special need under Juvenile Justice Fund that the state is maintaining. So this is the most important part, the gaps and challenges. While compiling the feedback from all the stakeholders, like from different departments, as I've said earlier, every department and every commission has given us a very long list of gaps and challenges. Sir, I would like to request, a humble request. We could not include all the views and comments, suggestions from different stakeholders in this PowerPoint, but at the end of the PowerPoint, we have included annexure and annexure. And we have included, I think every comment and suggestion was very relevant. Though we cannot highlight in the main PowerPoint presentation, at the end of the PowerPoint presentation, there's an annexure. If that can also be taken into account while compiling the report. So it's at the end of the, so coming to the gaps and challenges, lack of awareness, like as everybody has raised. When it comes to lack of awareness, there are two things. One is lack of awareness of the general public, and another one is lack of awareness of the stakeholders. So when it comes to general public, that's shame, discrimination, stigmatization is very much there, even in our society, especially in rural areas. So as you have seen in the previous slide, there are just 678 children with special need who has availed UDID card. And whereas the actual number of children with special need is much more than that. So awareness at different levels is required. Awareness to the general public, awareness on different government schemes is required, awareness on programs and rights for people with special needs is required. And there is lack of training. This has been lack of training and capacity building of all the stakeholders in general. This is a common concern that all the department has raised. So we need training and capacity building, training on rights of the people, understanding the rights of the people with disability, or the laws, that acts that is there, that is required, and then sensitive training on how to sensitively support and handle children with special needs, that is also lacking. And all the department and commission has raised these issues. Next is number 2, lack of specialized services. Lack of specialized services when it comes to lack of specialized services, lack of skilled workforce and professional. As you have seen in the earlier slide, Nagaland has very few workforce and professional, be it education department, be it medical department, be it social welfare department. We are lacking in having the skilled workforce and professionals. Next is lack of disability-friendly infrastructure. As Mr. Arman Ali has rightly pointed out, lack of this has been one of the greatest challenge, right from the public toilets to schools, accessible schools, infrastructures in schools, health facilities, childcare institutions, courts, and the list goes on. So we need to have this disability-friendly infrastructure facilities in all the, and it's lacking in our states. Next is lack of dedicated facility, especially the rehabilitation centers for children with disability. It's not there in our state. So that is one area where we need to work on. Lack of fund and financial assistance. When we say lack of fund and financial assistance, I believe that the law, all the act, the law, many policies, notifications, everything is in place. It's just that while implementing, the matching fund is not provided. Therefore, I think both at the state level and central level, this is something we can work on. And this is the way forward. Like like I have said before, more awareness and training is required, accessibility and inclusivity. So one thing I want to highlight here is proper survey should be carried out to identify and assess the extent of proper implementation of various acts and schemes for children with special needs. Before I end, as always, I would like to end with a photograph, something to think about. As in the welcome address by Principal Secretary Government of Assam, he has said that the children that we are discussing today goes beyond just statistic. So I just want to share a story. this photograph, I took this photograph when we went for state inspection of child care institution in a special need home at Dimapur. And there's this child, a small boy, who is suffering from behavioral and mental disorder. And this is what he did to his wall. With anything that he can get, it can be stone or wood or even his toys, this is what he did to his wall. And I found it very intriguing. This is how he expressed himself. And it is challenging us, asking us how equipped we are. This is the way he's expressing it. Can we understand his language? With that note, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. Shri Partho P. Mozumdar, IAS, Secretary to the Government of Assam, Department of Women and Child Development, Member Secretary, SCPS Assam, will now give the state presentation on behalf of the state of Assam.
Honorable Chairperson of the session, Honorable Mr. Justice Arun Dev Chaudhary, Honorable Mr. Justice K.R. Surana, Honorable Mr. Justice Retired Mir Alfaz Ali, distinguished participants, our guests from the other northeastern states, ladies and gentlemen. I had come with a different set of preparation for this presentation, but having listened to Sri Arman Ali, I mean, actually I'm at a loss for words. I mean, how to go about it, because we had come prepared with statistics. I mean, before I go ahead with my presentation, I'd like to introduce my team. There's Barnali Sharma, Secretary Health. There's Puspanjali Das, Secretary PNRD. I have Bhaskar Manta, Director Social Justice. Bhaskar Das, Joint Secretary Social Justice. We have officers from the Assam Police here, from the Criminal Investigation Department, and last but not the least, my friends from State Child Protection Society, Assam. So, I mean, we are already running short of time. I'll keep it brief. The Honorable Guwahati High Court had given us a particular template on which to work on. Much of what I'm about to say has already been stated by my predecessors, and the respected speaker from Nagaland has already stolen some of my words when she was referring to Sri Arman Ali, what he said. I mean, honestly, I apologize. We have failed the system. I mean, I came prepared differently, but yes, when I think in terms of what he has told us today, we are working in silos. I mean, yes, the Social Justice and Empowerment Department is working to improve their lot, but again, working in a silo. Like what happens, for that example, when a children has to go to school. How does he? Transport department comes in there. I mean, I think we have to look at this issue rather differently now. And I am posted in the Women and Child Development Department, and I'm sure, I mean, over the next few weeks, I will be in touch with him on how to improve the system. I mean, merely presenting statistics before an audience, I mean, doesn't help things. I mean, I have taken his words very seriously, and I think Lakshmi Narayan Nanda is not here at the moment, or he's here right at the back. And with his help, I definitely assure the House that in respect of Assam, we are going to do something when a prestigious institution like the Assam Administrative Staff College doesn't have facilities for the specially able to use. We don't have a toilet for the specially able there. I mean, yes, certainly, I think we have failed the system. But nevertheless, these are some of the progress which Assam has made. I mean, I have taken all the three departments together, primarily involved in this, the School Education Department, the Social Justice and Empowerment Department, and the Department of Women and Child Development. So, yes, we have JJBs in almost all the districts. In all the 33 existing districts, we have the JJBs. We have the CWCs there. And I wouldn't go too much into the statistics, but yes, we have introduced the provision for special relief now under the POCSO Act. This year we have kept 82 lakh rupees, and in I cannot take names. We have recently released something, and we have done something to the recent case. I mean, I will not refer to it, but it happened recently. Then we have a very large pool of police officers now to assist the CICLs in Assam. SJPUs are functioning in all the districts. Of course, I won't speak much about the police because they have a presentation of their own coming up after this. We now provide support persons to POCSO victims. Recently, we filled up a lot of positions under Mission Vatsalya, and the child helpline has become functional completely in Assam. We have the child helpline in almost all the districts now. We filled up as many as 222 positions in the child helpline. So 1098, actually we call it 1098. 1098 is fully functional in Assam at the moment. We have also, in the recent past, we have managed to get hold of some speech therapists, some sign language experts to provide training in the CCIs of Assam. Similarly, the CCIs for children with special needs has gone up to 8 now. And I can tell you, as on date, we have 169 children in these 8 children homes, out of which 92 are boys and 77 are girls. Like the other states, we are providing disability certificates to the CICLs and the CNCP who are lodged in our children homes. In Assam, we have at present a total of 115 CCIs, and we have over 2,000 children residing in these children homes. Like it was said before, in Orunodoi scheme, we are providing 1,000 rupees, though not sufficient, but yes, we are providing 1,000 rupees to a certain number of CWCN. Let me go to the next. Now, so far as the judicial process are concerned, yes, we provide legal guardianship to the CWSN. The local level committee, this has been constituted in 12 districts under the chairmanship of the district commissioner. Then we have the Social Justice and Empowerment Department has 3 special schools for CWSN, and therein we have 8 special educators covering 1,613 specially able children. But at the same time, I tell you, this is not enough. We need more, and we have provided the explanation in the gaps and challenges part. Similarly, we give grants in aid to certain number of schools, and as regards availability of services, we provide some scholarship to the children with special needs. And one of the girl students pointed out that yes, we have books in Braille up to a certain level, but at the graduation level, we still don't have books in Braille. And I think Social Justice and Empowerment Department officials are here today. I think this is one aspect which really needs to be looked into. So far as school education is concerned, yes, there are 776 special educators. Again, not enough, considering the fact that only at the elementary level we have over 40,000 schools and 10,000 plus schools at the secondary level. So 776 special educators are actually not enough. They have trained up teachers for inclusive education. Again, not enough, I admit. In the schools of Assam, they have given me a figure that 60,013 children with special needs are enrolled, and 4,200 odd students undergo education through a home-based methodology. Then these are the gaps and challenges once again pointed out by my respected predecessors from the other states. We have absence of skilled workforce, resource persons, resource institutions. There is a dearth of special educators, speech therapists, psychosocial workers, lack of convergence among stakeholders. As I said, that we are working in silos. We are not converging. We are not discussing convergence too much at the state level, which is perhaps the need of the hour, having listened to Sri Arman Ali so eloquently pointing out the loopholes and the areas where we lack. Then again, yes, some of these children with special needs do not have the documents required for obtaining certain cards or sponsorship, stuff like that. Then, as I said just now, lack of disabled-friendly syllabus, resources, books. We do not have barrier-free access to. We cannot provide barrier-free access to the children with special needs. Lack of trained teachers, lack of institutions. These are some of the gaps which we suffer from. And what is the way forward? I mean, we need to have a pool of master trainers. We need government-funded special schools. We need to strengthen the existing reporting and monitoring mechanisms. We need multi-department convergent action to deal with children with special needs. Not only that, we need convergent action to deal with the children in need of care and protection, as well as to deal with the children who are in conflict with law. Then I'll tell you one major achievement which the government of Assam has been able to achieve is to have the specialized adoption agencies in all the districts of Assam now. I mean, just till the month of June, we had only 19 specialized adoption agencies in Assam. But as on date, I can tell you that we have 37 functional specialized adoption agencies in the 35 districts of Assam. Yes, we need to have special drives in areas which are inaccessible, areas which are remote. I mean, we pay more attention to areas where we can actually travel to. So, I mean, this is one of the way forward, and I think we should look into this, that we should be conducting special drives in inaccessible areas. These are some of the best practices that CICLs, that is Children in Conflict with Law and POCSO victims, are being linked to social security schemes in our homes. We are providing non-formal education in the observation home at Boko. We had launched a scheme last year, and we are planning to repeat it again. That Hunali Hurokita Hoikop, that scheme. And then a process has been set up, initiated to set up a de-addiction center for male children in the juvenile home at Boko and Jorhat under the National Action Plan for Drug Demand Reduction. Then the School Education Department has provided some data on the number of teachers which have been trained up. These are some of the data and evidence. I mean, I won't go into much. But yes, we have started providing support persons in case of child sexual abuse cases, and we have assisted in as many as 480 cases. We have provided special relief in 203 cases, and with the help of the District Legal Services Authority, free legal aid has been provided in child sexual abuse cases in 153 instances. I will sign off with some glimpses of a child-friendly juvenile justice board. This is a child-friendly POCSO court. These are some pictures. And this is the campaign I was speaking about, Hurokito Hoikop, Honali Ohom. We plan to repeat it again this year. I won't take much of your time. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Juvenile Justice Committee of the Guwahati High Court for having given us this opportunity to make a presentation before you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. As the state presentations are now over, we'll now have an open house discussion, at the end of which there will be observations by the chair.
Yes, Manta? Anything to add? Yes, yes.
I'm chairperson from Assam Nagaon district. Actually, we have one CCI for special children. And in that CCI, we can keep children till 18 years. But after attaining 18 years, we get trouble where to send them. There is no specific guideline for them where to send after 18 years. So if there is any specific guideline that will be beneficial for us.
So reintegration to the society fails. This is one of the area, because it will its relation to there should be a coordination, because ultimately juvenile is up to 18. After that what? So there should be a reintegration. We'll coming to that. These are, I think I have summarized this point. This is one of the important issue. While summarizing, I will address it.
Because most of the children are abandoned and they are coming from different districts of Assam. That is also another problem.
Yes. These are this has not been addressed by anybody. Yes, Mami, what do you say? Do you want to say something on this? This is a very important issue. See, most of these people, they are need in care and protection. Moment they become 19 or 18 plus, they still request protection, being abandoned now. What next? I am not specifying only for the disabled. Disabled will be more severe. Say suppose after 19 he comes back, he does something. But what about the disabled after 18?
No, I think that's a huge challenge, and particularly if you look at children with disability who are in CCI. There are no specific, one, that CCI itself is not disabled friendly. It is not made disabled friendly, so that's one. So I know of these institutions in Assam which keep children up to 18, which is supported by government of Assam. They get grant money, but pathetic situation there. There is no solutions. There is no investment in creating independent living center for people with disability, or halfway home, or drop-in centers, or open shelters for specifically keeping in mind disabled people. So if you are living in a CCI, what is the kind of education one is getting? What kind of vocational training? So the reintegration in society cannot happen without you becoming independent. And if you're not having independence because of your disability, which is so severe, or your inability to learn any skill which gives you livelihood, I think remains a challenge, and then you become dependent on the state for a lifelong care. So I think all this needs to be looked at from a policy point of view, because there are also elderly who need support, and the state are supporting elderly people who, there are many shelter homes being run for other groups. So I think this needs a lot of reflection.
That issue is there. Anybody?
Actually, sir, good afternoon, sir. Actually, whatever regarding the rehabilitations or bring them to the mainstream, it is in the, I think in the centers there should be coordination in between the concerned department along with the skill development department for the vocational training, etc., so that what is friendly for that particular disabled person, so that they can grow up there and they can be trained there by the well-trained professionals. So after being 18, they can go. Recently, we have seen that Purnima, she was doing now her 3rd semester in the Rudabara Music, Assam Music College. She can be a music teacher in future.
So that's correct. This
yeah.
is one single incident.
Yes, sir.
What we are proposing is there should be specific
Yes, sir.
integration will mean there is some authority under law.
Yes. That's why there are coordination.
Some notification, some law should be there.
Yes.
This is next. This is next.
Yes.
In absence of that, what a CCI or an NGO will do?
Yes, sir. That's why
that is the issue. That is the things it is to be done by the political executive.
also, sir, administratively also the coordination and cooperation of all the stakeholder departments in an integrated way, I think it will be beneficial for the
requires authority of law. That is the important thing.
Yes.
Yes. I have a supplementary to that.
Sir, I'll just add to it, sir. Sir, in Assam, what we are doing is, we are allowing the girls who attain 18 years of age to stay on till they attain 21, sir. In the meantime, we have also formed a care leavers association. That is those who attain the age of 18 in the CCIs. So they have a care leavers association, and of late we have been able to give placement to a large number of such children who are care leavers, means who live our children home, sir. Then recently 3 of our students, 3 of our inmates were trained up in Bangalore, sir, and they are working in good 3-star, 5-star hotels in Bangalore itself, sir. We have sent 3 more children this year who have attained the age of 18. So, and this Care Leavers Association, we meet regularly. I think, sir, the representative from Bachpan Bachao Andolan is also here. So we meet on a regular basis, sir, so that we can give them placement.
Do you want to say that there is a policy in place on this? Any specific policy?
Sir, aftercare, sir. Government of India has already institutionalized the scheme of aftercare.
That we know. But yes, how these are being implemented? These are the problem areas. What we have done in 1-2 cases, see, we are here to, subject to correction, we are here to go further, how to resolve these issues. These are the policies. Why these policies are not being properly implemented? This should be the our concern instead of having the data what we have done. Yes. No, courts cannot make policies.
No, you see, these are issues which are beyond our control. What we are doing is, we are trying to see that there is an implementation of the schemes which are in place. The courts do not have any legislative power. We cannot direct the executive to do a particular act in a particular way. Therefore, we have these stakeholders meet so that we can suggest that these are the areas which require a policy decision. We can give suggestions that in this meeting, these are the outcomes, and these are to be highlighted so that the makers of framers of policy, they take note of that. You see, that is why normally in our meetings we don't have political persons attending, but this time there was an exception. We have invited the respective ministers of the state who are in charge of social welfare, so that they can have an understanding of what are the issues involved, how much more we can help the society in upgrading the life and status of a person who is otherwise marginalized, maybe for some disability or for some other barriers, as we are now calling it. So the court directions are one thing, because you see, we don't have the power over money. We can't direct the government to take an action which will have involvement of money, because it is the finance only who can understand the status of the state, the requirements of how to fund various agencies of the government. So that is one part. The second part is what Mr. Mazumdar has said. It's a welcome step that the government is doing something for a few people who are in that care leavers group. But the fact is, if it can be translated into a policy decision, that means it is not only 1 and 2 people who are getting this benefit. It is the entire group which will have access to this, what you call the, to the integration in the society. That is what is really required.
Yes, thank you, sir. This point has been well noted. From our department, we have initiated some concrete steps. Like when we refer about the disabled persons, children who has turned into adult, we have made provision for mentally MR homes, that is home for sir, mentally retarded person. Then we have provision for MI homes, mentally illness. Then for sir with other disabilities, that is called, we call it a real home. We have made a budget provision this year. Quite a good number of homes. Fund has been being provided to the NGOs. We have 14, then 24, etc. numbers of homes as of now, sir. And SOP and guidelines for this has been prepared by me itself. This has been forwarded to government for approval. Once it is approved, it will come into shape, sir. And regarding earlier, we had a provision for giving financial assistance to the disabled persons or youths. Now, from this year onwards, on 2nd of September, I'm going to sign a MOU with Assam Skill Development Mission. They will be providing skill development training to our Dibangan youths and subsequent placement.
Very good. That is what this will be a necessity. So,
point well noted, sir.
Anybody to add, or we'll go for a concluding remark?
Just one more query, or in fact input from you. You see, earlier we had a system where inmates of the jail were having access to, say, bamboo work or some skill work, so that they could integrate in the society. But I am informed that those handiwork training programs which were there in the jail is almost discontinued, because earlier we had this cane furnitures, bamboo furnitures, those things coming from the jail, and those were very good quality. So if we have a system in the if you can introduce the system not only in the jail but also to the child care and protection, those societies, that will be of great help, skill development, so that they can be they can have the earning capacity, so they will not be dependent. They will be generating what you call income from themselves.
Noted, sir. This requires a multi-sectoral approach. Regarding jail, sir, it would not be fair to comment on that because it belongs to Home Department, sir. Otherwise, this Ajivika mission and some schemes are going on and being undertaken and looked after by PNR department, sir. Will sit together. And regarding, sir, policy making decisions or framing some rules, we have a state level board for Dibangan, sir. This is shortly it is expected to be notified after this assembly session, sir. And all the major and important issues that is being highlighted by Honorable High Court will take care of that and will be discussed there in the proper platform, sir.
They are making electric bulbs, and these bulbs which they are making are enough to cater to all the days of us. They have not started selling it yet, but they are making electric bulbs, LED bulbs.
Yes, anybody want to add?
And accordingly, sir, here you can see just here before the turning, I have personally, sir, opened one, sir, boutique here, where, sir, cane and bamboo materials from all the 31 jails are sold. And it is a very good response from all these others. And accordingly, this time, sir, Government of Assam Skill Development Department has again started a scheme, Karagar se Karikar. Okay, sir. Recently, it was in all the jails where we are having the convicts, and they have been trained there. And earlier to that, sir, we have been again started, sir, cane and bamboo industry, handloom industries, and others, sir, regarding preparing phenyls, softs, like everything here. And I have started, sir, vermicompost there. In our 6 jails also, they have started the vermicompost, and it is in a very good way they are doing.
Okay, we are proceeding. So everybody might be hungry by now. And I do not know what is the next program. So just second session. So just I will summarize, we will not, what issues and challenges from the discussions I can gather is that inadequate infrastructure and resources. This is the main. Includes shelter home, insufficient numbers of counselors, lack of specialist facilities, And when it is a disability, even if the facilities are there for other JJs, those special requirements are not there even in these houses. So we'll have to, at least, if not in all, initially, that is one of the. Then lack of awareness and training. This is one of the gray areas. Now, this can lead many things. Improper even handling of these persons may be there. Violations of children's rights can result, and delayed justice when it is lack of awareness. And rehabilitation and reintegration. This is one of the most important areas where the policymakers should give emphasis for the continuation, because it is a reintegration. If without reintegration, the first rehabilitation will go in vain. So this is very important. Basically, it's relatable to challenging providing meaningful education, vocational training, life skills development to children. Post-rehabilitation follow-up is generally weak. Now, this is a very important area, and inconsistent applications of provisions. This is another area according to me. Then shortage of specialist staffs are there, therapists, etc. These are there. Now, one aspect I think we missed it. There is an area of slow judicial process. I think we have asked the state to deliver it, but there ought to have been a deliberation from the side of judiciary, because unless the judiciary's role is not discussed. See, what we have experienced is it's that whole judicial system, juvenile justice system, suffers from delays, case processing leading to prolonged procedures. JJBs are not being held. We are taking a definitive stand. But here a state's role comes. Therefore, I do not know whether home departments, anybody is here. Here is an important aspect according to me. These acts, Juvenile Justice Act, POCSO Act, say NDPS Act, all these are special acts, and the parliament mandates that these cases are to be taken by a special judge. Until and unless it is a special judge POCSO, it cannot take up these matters. But problem is, we are having special judge. The special judge is, one special judge is a special judge under POCSO. He is the special judge under juvenile justice. He is a special judge under NDPS. And he is at the same time taking the normal IPC offences. So there is no meaning of, and that requires creation of post, creation of things, which is to be ultimately in the hands of government. So this is one of the important area where proper adjudications are not there. Experts are not there for considering the mental state of a juvenile, whether he can be treated as adult or as a juvenile, at that as 17 plus. There is nobody to have it access. I personally faced with this kind of decisions while sitting in judicial side. So I think these are the prime issues, areas, and when we can identify the issues and problems, being human, we are also able to have the resolution. With that, we are closing this. That is one of them. My brother is saying the JJBs are not sitting regularly. We are taking in a judicial side, that is we are taking judicial side, but while having the stakeholders, judiciary is also a stakeholder. So from the judicial side, I have expressed this view, though there was no slot for the judicial side. Anyway, this is, I think, we'll close it here, this session. Thank you.
It is now time for the lunch break. I would like to inform everyone present here today that technical session 2 will commence at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Next session to Malman Bhairaja for him. Next option is Ali sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Presentation go
ठीक है
Assam Police presentation to Senik. Assam Police presentation to Senik.
सारे दे ऐसे
No, Assam Police the presentation नहीं बुले किसी चीज़
दिया
एरी दिल जैसे सारा स्टेट का होगा ना एगो सबसे कुछ बोला सेन असम
नागालैंड मिजोरम
ठीक है पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट पुलिस का नहीं है वो सर उनके जब देगा वो बाद में ले लेंगे जब देगा तो वो लोग देगा दिवा पुलिस है 20 सेक्टर ফটো এইভাবে রেডি করে দিও আমি মোক গছটো লাগে মোক
Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, check. लगाते हैं वो नमक तो मशीन की ते हैं. Hello, check. মজা হ্যালো জাস্টিস অরুণদেব চৌধুরী এই এতটা ফালমাল দিয়ে মেন বস্তু কোথায় হয়ে গেল All check. All check.
Hello. Hello.
All check. এইটা গেলি আছে ও টাইম তো
Hello. Hello.
17:30 হলি কি মানে
Hello. Hello. Hello.
রাস্তা গেলি আছে দে
Hello. 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 Hello.
All check. All check. Hey, two man. যাও হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক এই তো মাঝে মাঝে সিগন্যাল মারি থাকে দেখো হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো দেখুন যা হ্যালো হ্যালো বেশি জেলা হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো হ্যালো চেক কে তো আগুন Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. See, Moza? Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Over here. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, come here. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, mic testing. Hello, check. Manuhe manuhar babe. যদি এখনো না ভাবে অকনো সহানুভূতিৰে ভাবিব কোনেনো কোৱা সমনীয়া মানুহে মানুহৰ বাবে ফুংপাং আছে হালো চেক এইটো আৱাজটো কোন বাহিৰত এইটো হালো চেক Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Sir. Hello, check. You see? At line up cut today. Gutan what this is?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Hello, check. Hello.
PPT আছে নেকি এতিয়া প্ৰেজেন্টেশন আছে একো PPT নাই নেকি
কোনোবা যদি স্পেশালি দিব খোজে নাজানো নাই কিন্তু স্মিতা নাই দেখো বেবি আহিছে
মমি নাই
এবাৰ আমাৰ হেডফোনটো দেখা পাব নেকি
নাই নাই হেৰি অকল আলিচাবে
क्या करना है?
Just a minute, if you could just let me know when it is about 25 minutes. I may lose track of time. Give me a 25 minutes.
Welcome back. It is now time for technical session 2 on the theme of children with disability across key child-specific legislations and its operationalization with special focus on Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act, and the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act.
Technical session 2 will be chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Mir Alfaz Ali, former Judge, Guwahati High Court, presently Director, National Judicial Academy. As technical experts for this session, we have with us Dr. Vindhya Sajith, School, Child and Adolescent Psychologist, All-Inclusive Foundation, and Srimati Moromi Das, Additional SP, CID Headquarter. Honorable Mr. Justice Mir Alfaz Ali, Dr. Vindhya Sajith, and Srimati Moromi Das will now be felicitated by the members of the Guwahati High Court Registry and officials of the Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam.
Honorable Mr. Justice Mir Alfaz Ali is now requested to give us a brief introduction to the session.
Honorable Justice Sri Kalyan Rai Shurana, Justice Arundev Chaudhary, Honorable Justice Madam Rumi Fukan, respected Speaker, Dr. Vindhya Sajith, and Rosie Rani Sharma, I think this is the wrong name. Moromi Das, and the respected participants. The theme of this session is children with disability across key child-specific legislation and its operationalization, with special focus on rights of Person with Disability, POCSO and JJB Act. We are already behind the schedule, and I am told the main resource person is also in a hurry because Madam has to leave. She has a flight at, she has to leave by 2:45 latest. Therefore, I don't want to take much time of the resource persons because this is the words of wisdom that falls from the mouth of the resource person is most essential. Only one thing I want to tell, because the most important thing which I consider, or to my mind, the society, sustainability of the society depends to a great extent on how do we take care of our children in general, and the children in difficult situations in particular. That includes children in conflict with law and also the children in need of care and protections. And Section 214(4), Roman 4, the children in need of care and protection also includes the children with disabilities. So it is there. Generally, the children are also the human being. Therefore, necessarily all the human rights and dignity that a human being is enjoyed is also with the child as a human being, and all the protections against against abuse, against discriminations, they are entitled. Therefore, all the JJ system, or for that matter, the children law across the globe, the object is to ensure proper care, protections, development, and social reintegration for sustainability of the society. Again, I emphasis on the term, the sustainability of the society cannot sustain if we cannot take proper care and attention of the children. So though as a human being, the children, for that matter, the children with the disabilities are entitled to all rights which a human being has got. The child being a special category because of massive development, mental or physical, they requires a special treatment. And the child with disability, again a special category. Within the special category of the children, they require further special care and protections. Therefore, the legislations are there. We have the POCSO, we have the JJB, we have the Children Act, we have the RPWD Act. These are long back. JJB Act is from since 1986 is coming. The RPWD Act is there, but still the issue is the operationalizations. I think this is the key term of these sessions, operationalizations. Legislations are there. How we are implementing, how far we have been able to implement them. And that depends, again in the implementing agency. One agency cannot do it. So this type of conference basically helps that we get a chance to discuss across the table all the challenges, necessity, and all these things, so that we can also get the way forwards for the challenges. With these few words, I think the resource persons will put light on that, because I taking more time will be not beneficial for the sessions, because it is the resource persons, they will enlighten the house. Therefore, I request Dr. Bindya Sajid to kindly make his presentations.
Thank you, sir. Justice Ali, Ms. Das, and the esteemed participants of this forum. Very good afternoon. I know it's after lunch. We're all tired. I know I'm the technical speaker here, but I'm going to try and keep the talk a little light, with your permission, sir.
Yes, that is necessary. Not necessary, it's essential for post-lunch session.
Right. So what as some of the speakers before me pointed out, I'm not here to present data. I am probably going to focus a little bit more on some personal experiences and some stories and some lessons learned from the stories, some challenges faced, and what could be our way forward. So that's how I plan to structure the session today. So I am a child psychologist by training. I have focused mostly on children with disabilities and their rehabilitation. I work specifically with what we refer to as neurodivergent children, and Honorable Chairperson of Nagaland SCPCR today mentioned about dyslexia. And I wanted to tell you, sir, that this presentation is primarily going to be about children with invisible disabilities. When we talk about disabilities, as Mr. Arman Ali pointed out, the picture that comes to mind is a wheelchair. But only 10% of all people with disabilities are on a wheelchair. And when we talk about a wheelchair, it's a symbol, right? It's a representation of disability in a lot of respects. But there are a lot of children, even when you have an intellectual disability and sometimes a disability like autism, you still recognize that the child is different. But then there are these invisible disabilities where we don't know that child has a disability. And the child looks typical for all practical purposes, and that is the biggest disadvantage that that child has. So we will talk a little bit more about those children today in this session, and we'll see how we can support them within our systems. So today I'm going to go through, I'll be telling you what neurodiversity is, because that's important to understand, for us to even understand the approach that I and my team takes towards children with disabilities. There are a lot of things that I want to share today, but we all know 30 minutes is not sufficient for that. So I'm going to focus on 3 themes that I have decided may be worthy of mention today. One is inclusion, second is invisible disabilities, and third is communication differences. And we'll be talking about some of the challenges that I have faced in these areas as a CWC member, as a special education interpreter for children who've gone through child sexual abuse. And then once we have put all that out there, I have some recommendations that I would like to make towards the end. And hopefully I'll have some time for discussion and taking some questions before I dash out to catch my flight. I'm very sorry about that. So what is neurodiversity? Neurodiversity, I think the best way to understand neurodiversity is if you compare it to what we all know as biodiversity. We all know biodiversity? Yeah? What do we know about biodiversity? Okay. Okay. Is that it? There is so much more. Biodiversity is a concept, right? What else is there in it? Different. So we said plants, animals. All of them are different. Yeah. What else?
Yes, sustainability and coexistence.
Coexistence. Coexistence. That's very important, right? Why do we get worried when one species get extinct? I'm not worried that, dinosaurs went extinct. I'm glad that I'm not living during their times, but we all worry, right? There are many more species that are facing the danger of extinction. Why do we worry? Because of the coexistence, right? We know if there is a change in that ecosystem, that is somehow going to affect the whole ecosystem, right? So yes, dependence. Anything else? Okay, okay. There are different types of diversity, all right? How many of you like to garden here? Any gardeners in the group? No? So when we have a garden, I do some gardening. When we have a garden, you may have, if you have like an independent house, a big lawn and all that, you'll have trees, you'll have shrubs, you'll have creepers, you'll have, smaller plants, medium-sized plants, flowering plants, plants that bear fruits. Do we ever ask a creeper, why can't you just grow like a tree? Instead, when we have a creeper, we make sure there is something that is kept for the creeper so that the creeper can climb onto that. We take care of each plant according to the needs of that plant. We don't ask all plants to behave the same way. So what that tells us is there is no good or bad, there is no better or worse plant in my garden. All plants have equal status. And that's exactly what the concept of neurodiversity is also trying to tell us. People think, interact, learn, behave in a lot of different ways. In fact, all these people who are sitting here, we are all neurodiverse. We are all part of the spectrum. Because no two of us think the same way or learn the same way or even perceive whatever is happening right now in the same way. We all have a different way of taking in that information and assimilating it, right? And there is no one right way of doing it. Always, all the ways that we use are good ways of learning. And not one way is better than the other. So in this concept, we talk more about differences, not deficits. Remember how Mr. Ali spoke about the differently abled? We're all that. All of us, including whoever we refer to as people with disabilities, are also that. And our job is to find out what those strengths are, what those abilities are, and make room for them. And that is what the concept of neurodiversity is telling us. Now, to make it a little bit more easier for you to understand, these are some of the areas that we talk about when we talk about neurodiversity. And we will be going through these. We'll be coming back to this slide every now and then. So if you can see, autism is one, ADHD. ADHD is not a disability that is recognized by the RPWD Act, by the way. But we have a lot of challenges, a lot of children who go through challenges of ADHD. We'll be talking about that as well. Dyslexia or specific learning disabilities. Specific learning disabilities will include dyslexia, which is difficulty reading, dysgraphia, difficulty writing, or dyscalculia, difficulty doing math, right? When we have a child who's really good in studies, but who can't dance, for example, we never find fault with them. We say, that's okay, yeah, she doesn't dance, big deal. But you have a dancer, a very beautiful dancer, who can't do math. Now that's, the way you look at that child has completely changed now. But why can't she do math? Why not, And then we call it a disability. But we never call the first child to be dancing disabled. We don't do that, right? That's exactly what Mr. Arman Ali was also talking about. Disability is a socially created construct. It is what we value in our culture. If a person cannot meet that expectation, then that is seen as a disability. Intellectual disability and even mental illness also can be categorized under neurodiversity. So this is a brief introduction to neurodiversity, all right? If you have any questions, you can ask me at any point in time. Before I start with this presentation, I also want to state that I'm not a person with disability, and I acknowledge the privilege I come with as a able-bodied neurotypical person. So I need to state that for the record before I go on with my presentation. All right, so this is the first theme that we're going to be talking about. Why do we need inclusion, right? Now, I'm going to share a story of Sarah first. Sarah is a 13-year-old. She has an intellectual disability. Sarah comes from a family where there is a single mother who works as a domestic help. She has other siblings at home. She's the oldest of all the siblings. And Sarah was not given admission to any of the regular schools. Okay? She couldn't go to a government school. The closest special school was too far for the parent, because she didn't think she could transport this child by bus every day to that school and bring her back because of her job commitments. So this family would have decided that Sarah will not go to school because there are no schools for Sarah to go to, right? Now the picture that you see, or the background you see, is a school that Sarah is attending right now. This is a school run by an NGO in Bangalore. It is an NGO that runs a CCI, and this school is accessed by a lot of CNCPs who are referred by the CWC as well. Now Sarah is not a CNCP. She's not yet. If you see, she has all the vulnerabilities. A single parent family, a lot of siblings, intellectual disability. If she had not found a school, she would have been just sitting at home. Now this school, she started coming to at the age of 7. Now, with her intellectual disability, Sarah is 13, but she may be learning and behaving like a 7 or 8-year-old probably. She comes to school here. Now recently they have placed her in a classroom, as in she's been promoted to a classroom of kids of the age group of 11 to 14. And she just loves it there. She loves it there. It's not that she can do whatever they are doing in the class. She'll write some things that the teacher writes on the board. She'll do some basic calculation in the class, but she just enjoys coming to school. In the morning, if you stop Sarah to ask her something, she'll say, "I'm sorry, I have to go to class." And she'll run to class. She plays with them on the playground. You can't tell which is Sarah from that because they're all just blended in. Sarah takes dance classes because she loves to dance. She attends all the dance classes that happens here, and she dances with her classmates. She absolutely enjoys coming to school. Now Sarah is pulled out every once in 2 days and given some individual instruction. At that point, by a special educator. At that point, we work with her on areas that she can do. So we may be teaching her to read a little bit. We may be teaching her to do basic calculation, sometimes basic calculation using calculator. So these are some of the skills that we are making Sarah learn so that Sarah can be reintegrated into the society once she is an adult. So we are planning for that right away, and we are working on it. At the same time, she's also growing up with other children of her age, which is where she rightfully belongs. So that is Sarah's story. I'll tell you one more story. Now this is the inclusion we are usually looking for, and we are pushing for, we are advocating for through our laws, through our advocacy efforts, and all that. But then there's a slightly different story that I want to share with Pooja. Now Pooja is a child who came through the CWC. She was rescued by the Child Line because she was found working at a meat cutting shop, at a butcher's. So she's probably around 12, but she looks like a 7 or 8-year-old. She's small. She doesn't speak to communicate. She can't hear either. So she's deaf and mute. She has been thrown around among different people. When she was found in boys' clothes. She had an Aadhaar card that said male. And for the longest time, she was sent to a boys' CCI. Eventually, when they realized that she doesn't belong there, she was brought back to the CWC, because we have a CWC for girls and boys separately in Bangalore Urban District. So she was brought to the girls CWC, and then she was assigned to, or she was placed in the government girls' home. Now, in the government girls' home, they're trying their best to find a right place for her, because the government girls' home in Bangalore is a transitory. It's like it's just like a reception center, right? Basically, you take them there, and then they are transferred or placed into and usually an NGO-run CCI for more permanent placement, for more rehabilitation efforts. Now they were finding it very hard to find a space for Pooja. So they found a CCI that caters to children with special needs somewhere in a faraway district in Karnataka. They sent her there all the way. She went there with someone, and the CCI rejected her. Why? Because her Aadhaar card says male. And she came back. Now she's back here, and we don't know what to do. Now I was called in because they needed support with Sarah. Why? They were getting a lot of complaints from the girls in the girls' home that Sarah is engaging in sexually explicit gestures. And she would get into fight with these girls at the girls' home. And the girls were finding it uncomfortable, and they had complained about it. So when they reach out to me, they are asking me for support with counseling for Sarah, because she's doing these things, and possibly she has gone through sexual abuse as well. I said I'll talk to her and see what can be done. When I interacted with Sarah, what I realized is Sarah has bare minimum communication. Very few actions that she can use to communicate something to others. But she tries her best to communicate. If you were to write something, she doesn't know, she has not learned to write. But whatever you write and show, she'll copy it exactly like that, as if she's drawing, right? So there's no communication. I spoke to two girls who have made friends with Sarah and has been with Pooja, and has been supporting her in the home. And I asked them about her, and they said, she's absolutely fine, ma'am. She's very sweet. It's just that these other girls come and taunt her. And when she gets angry, she does these things to them. So what I realized there is that Pooja's difficulty was that she cannot communicate. Everybody else is communicating, everybody else is playing with each other, but I'm not able to fit in. And I don't know a better way to do it. So in this home, I decided to place somebody from my team to work with her. Now my team is not trained in deaf and mute children. We don't know sign language. So we did the best that we could while Sarah is there by teaching her a little bit of math and things like that, and also having her play with other children more appropriately. In the meantime, I started hunting for a CCI that can take Pooja. And I couldn't find one in the area. But then I came across this school that is a residential school, because we need a residential place for her. She doesn't have a home to go to, and we didn't know where else to place her. So if she remained in the girls' home, she's not going to be helped, because even if she is taught sign language, everybody else in that home needs to learn sign language to communicate with her. And the girls in the girls' home keep changing. Every week there is a new set of girls coming. So who all do you teach sign language, just so that Pooja can communicate? So I found the school, and the school was a state-funded school. I went and spoke to them, and they were interested in taking her, and they said she can be provided, residence there. So she stays there, and she goes to school there, and she gets to communicate with people who are like her. Now there, that made more sense, because what was more important for her was socialization. And then through the CWC, we made arrangements for her to be transferred to that school, that residential school. And that residential school works 10 months a year. For the 2 months, she has to go home, and that home would probably be the government girls' home. So that is the current arrangement that has been made. So if you look at it, even when we are talking about inclusion, inclusion may look very different for different children, right? So we need to look at appropriate inclusion for each child who we are working with. Now here, the two areas that we were seeing were, intellectual disability was one of the areas that we saw here. Autism is also another area that becomes a challenge when we have children like Sarah and Pooja coming to us. As a CWC member, some of the difficulties that we had was finding a CCI. Like even in your presentations from the different states, I saw that there are 2 CCIs. There's 1 CCI. There is, 4 CCIs in some cases, which cater to children with special needs. And we don't have as many CCIs. And some of the CCIs are very far away that it becomes difficult for the CWC to follow up with that child's case. And also, when the individualized care plan is written, it is being written by people who don't understand the condition. So it is not necessarily what the child needs that goes into the ICP. So these were some challenges that we faced when we had children like Sarah and Pooja come to us as a CWC. So we'll hold on to that thought and we'll move on to the next theme. Any questions so far? All right, moving on to the second theme of invisible disabilities. Now, what are these invisible disabilities? As I said, these are just disabilities that are caused as a result of a different brain wiring. The children may not look like they have any problem, but when you give them a book to read, when you ask them to sit in a classroom for 45 minutes, you will see problems. You will start seeing problems. So we have a lot of children who have learning difficulties, who may have attentional difficulties, which is also turning out to be behavior problems. In some of your presentations, I did see the number of children with behavior problems. And these children could very well get a diagnosis, could very well be neurodivergent, right? But we don't know that. Now, right now my team is working in the government boys and girls home in Bangalore. And what we are doing is we are providing basic literacy and numeracy intervention. That's all. That is all our goal is. Why are we doing that? Because we realize that a lot of these children have never been to school, or if they have been to school, they still don't know. I've met children who've been to school till 8th and 9th grade and still don't know how to read or write. So what were they doing? If you look at their books, you will see beautifully written notes. What were they doing? They were basically drawing from whatever was written on the board. They are not processing. They can't read. They're not making sense of those letters on the board. So we have to intervene and work with them to help them learn to read, learn to do basic math skills so that they are literate and they have basic numeracy skills. Now, this is not a story of one person. This is a story of many children who come through our system. A lot of these children go to school. They cannot follow the instructions at school. They cannot follow the rules of the school because their brain wiring does not allow them to do that. They'll have difficulty. Some of these children may be very, very agitated, may be very, very restless in class. They may not be able to understand what's happening in class, but they may be very bright. So they won't be able to understand what the teacher is teaching, but they are very bright on the other side. So what happens with these children is that they're always being blamed. Their families say, you're good for nothing, you're lazy, you're not learning, I don't know why I'm sending you to school. The teachers will say, why are you even coming to school? Just go, get out, stand outside the class. You're not welcome here. Everybody says the same thing to them. And what do these children do? They run away. They drop out of school. They run away, and we prefer to call it push-outs, not dropouts, because those children are not dropping out of their own volition. They're being pushed out by our system, because our system refuses to change to meet the needs of those children. That is the reason why these children are leaving school. So a lot of these children are wanderers. They love to, run around, see places. They run away, They come from Assam to Bangalore. You ask them, why did you come? I came to see the city. And now where are they? They are in the boys' home. So a lot of children get caught in the system because of some of the neurodivergent traits that they have. And this is important for us to understand because they'll continue to be in the system and we will not have enough resources to support them. So they are highly likely to be in our observation homes and in our CCIs. And you may also see a higher chance of them being in the observation homes. As I told you, some of them are very smart. When a school does not give them the appreciation that they deserve, they'll go out and get it from some place that is inappropriate. So a person who is probably dealing drugs outside may be the one who realizes, oh, this guy is very good in math. Let me just use him. And he will say, very good job. You sold so much for me. And that's the first time he's hearing that. For the first time, somebody's telling me I have done a good job. Who will I have my allegiance to? To this person, right? So I'll do anything for this person. So a lot of the children are impulsive also. They don't think before they act. They act and they know they were not supposed to do it, but at that moment they did it anyways. Those are our children who may end up in our observation homes as well. The other thing that we see is also, a lot of the times, it's very hard for us to convince the system about these invisible disabilities. Now, it is a good thing that we have some people in this forum who are experiencing it themselves, right? Because then those are the people who can lead the change. When we are doing this intervention in the boys' home, the CWC constantly calls us and asks, why are we not seeing results? Because you will not see results. The reason why you're not seeing results is the reason why these children left school. They will take time to show results. And the way we approach the children are very different. We let them move around, we let them play, we let them learn through movement. And the superintendent and the staff at the home are not happy. They'll come and ask us, why are these children not sitting in the classroom? You have to keep them in the classroom and teach them. They cannot be coming out of the classroom, but that's not how we can teach them. They will never learn that way. If they were to learn that way, they would have learned before, right? So convincing the system about this invisible disabilities and how it works and how to help them is a major challenge for us. Moving on to the third, here I want to talk about some of the cases that I have worked with as a special education interpreter in the POCSO court. And here again, I'll be focusing more on autism and intellectual disability probably and sometimes children who have a delay in speech development as well, because these are the children who may have a difference in communication style. So here I would like to share the story of Krupa. Krupa is 4.5 years old. Krupa comes from an upper middle class family, by the way. She can do a lot of things that a 4-year-old does, but she still does not speak to communicate. She has very few words and some of them are very unclear. The parents understand, but nobody else would. So Krupa reports to her parents that her speech therapist has sexually abused her. And the parents file a complaint and I'm called in as an interpreter for this case. Now, the only reason we were able to get this case to fruition was because of the amount of support that we got from the police. The police let us do whatever it is that took for us to understand this child. The day I went in to meet her, I've spent at least 2 hours in her house trying to understand how Krupa communicates. So imagine a scene in Krupa's bedroom. She's jumping on her bed and I'm sitting down at the bed and I'm trying to talk to her to see what are the things that she says and how she says it. Because when it comes to forensic investigation, it is very important that the information comes from the child, not from the parent, not from the interpreter, because then we don't know who is giving that information. So it's very important for us as interpreters to be mindful of that and make sure the information is coming from the child. So we are sitting there. Some of the things that I try to find out in POCSO cases is I look at, does a child know different parts of the body? So I draw the body in a way the child understands, ask them what are the different names. Sometimes a child may have a special name for certain parts of the body. So I need to understand what that name is. because I'm not going to teach them the right name there. I have to understand what is the word that she or he uses, right? Then the other thing I look for is, does the child understand prepositions? In, on, because these are important for us to establish penetration. We need to understand, does she really understand what in and on and all means, right? So these are some things that I do as a part of my assessment. One of the things that I usually do when I go in to work with a child is I carry a toy with me. And when I carry the toy, I take it out only when it is, when we are ready to see the judge or when we are ready to see the police, because I don't want the child to get bored of the toy by then. So the day we went to give the 164 statement, section 164 statement for Krupa, I decided to take this toy. For no reason. This is the toy I decided to take. I just took it and put it in my bag. And then I took it out when she went into the room with the judge. And her mother was there, I am there. And then we started communicating. I told the judge was not aware of some of the POCSO, the child-friendly rules that POCSO had, the provisions that are there in POCSO. So I had to tell the judge, these are some of the things that we need to do. And she has to move while she talks. So we have to place the camera in a position where, we can still capture when she's moving. So she's playing with this toy, she's moving around, she talks to her mom sometimes, she talks to the judge sometimes. And then this she's playing with. The judge is asking questions, mother and I are clarifying and helping out. And eventually, so she's narrating. The judge asks question and she's narrating the incident. And then at the end, the judge asks her what happened. And at the end, she shows that toy and she puts her finger into the bottom part of that toy and says, she did it. So that has come from the child. It did not come from me or the mother. And that holds value as witness for that case, right? As evidence for that case. So this toy saved me that day, I think. But this, I'm happy to say, in this case, the accused was convicted. So what are some of the challenges we face in this area? As I said, sometimes the police or the judicial system does not know what is in, what are some of the provisions for children. And when I go in as an interpreter, a support person is made to stand out because only a parent and an interpreter can go in. And even there, they insist the mother goes in. And that's very strange because some children are familiar with or more closer to their fathers and they would want their fathers, but fathers are not allowed. So these kinds of things that we face. Anyway, so I, as an interpreter, my knowledge about all the provisions of the law may not be as good as a support person. But then I have the burden of educating the judge or, to telling the judge, these are the things that we need to take care of. There was this one case where, the judge asked the child to stand in the box. And I said, sir, this is not usually done for children. But he decided to go do that anyways. So, there are times when we face these challenges. And also the role of the special educator as an interpreter. Sometimes the police ask us to do the questioning. Like they ask us to ask the questions. And that is not how it should be done. Because we are not forensic interviewers there. We are just interpreters. We can tell them, this is how the child communicates, and this is how you can ask them questions. But that is not done most of the time. So having said all these things, these are some of the recommendations I put forth. For inclusion, we have to, instead of having a separate CCI, I think it is more costly and less efficient when you have a separate CCI. Instead, can we have like a few seats reserved? I think it was in Arunachal Pradesh presentation that I noticed. There are 2 CCIs where they have allotted 10 seats for children with disabilities. I think that is the model we'll have to follow. And we can have special educators who can consult for a few of these institutions at the same time so that we are not investing in one special educator for an institution. consultant special educators for observation homes and CCIs, because we need their input also when it comes to the ICPs. Programs focusing specifically on literacy and numeracy. Very important, especially for the children with our invisible disabilities. Awareness sessions for the CWC, JJB, the judicial units, police. Everybody needs to be updated on what disability means, what neurodiversity means, and what does it mean, what does learning mean to these children, what does progress mean to these children. And also to understand, even when you need an interpreter, do you need an interpreter first? Because there was this one case where I was called in when I was not needed there. The child was able to communicate, but I was called in only because the child had a diagnosis or had a diagnosed special need. But the child communicated beautifully. He didn't even need me. He did everything on his own. And also, to determine if you need an interpreter, and if you need an interpreter, what is the nature? What is the nature of communication that this interpreter should support? That is also very important to determine. And also to ensure that the special educator or the interpreter who comes in understands the do's and don'ts of interviewing. That is also another challenge that we have. Now, since this group of children is not too many, I think we can still share resources around the country, because we can always help pitch in to, talk to the people who's going to be doing it for you here. I can offer my, my knowledge around doing that to support with some cases that may happen here. I just want to end with this one incident that happened in one of the cases that I supported in a POCSO case. This was a child who did not need an interpreter, and he went in and he gave his statement. And he gave his statement, he finished everything. The judge asked him, anything else you want to add? He said no. He came out of the box, and then he walked back in, and he told the judge, this should not happen to another child again. That was very powerful for me. When we call a child intellectually disabled, we are calling this child intellectually disabled. But the social awareness that this child has, a lot of our typically developing children may not show. So who are we calling intellectually disabled? And what right do we have to call them that? Right? And I end with a quote by my good friend Tarun Paul Matthew. He's an autistic young adult who does not speak to communicate. He types to communicate. And this is why he thinks inclusion is important for him. That's my contact information. You're welcome to reach out to me. My phone number, my email is there. Thank you so much, and sorry for rushing through this. If you have any questions, I can probably... Okay. Maybe 2 minutes? Thank you so much. Yes, please, sir.
Your statement was very thought-provoking. Let us, you see, as a judge, how do I understand when we are taking help of a specialist like you? How do we understand that what is the requirement? You see, we don't know. We are told that this boy or this girl is suffering from so-and-so illness. So how do you understand what is the special need of this child? How would we engage with the interpreter, and how to elicit the answers in a court proceeding?
Right. I think since the first point of contact for the child is the position on that, from their interaction with the child. Sometimes we can't fully go by what the parents say, because parents would be the best source of your information there. But sometimes you can't go by what the parents are saying. But if the police thinks that they are not able to interact with this child is not able to give me. In the last case I mentioned, the police did the 161 statement with this child. The child said everything. But when the child came to court, the judge said, but he has a special need. He needs an interpreter. So you have to have an interpreter. And that is the reason why the police came searching for us. So if the police was able to get that information from him, then we could just go by that, right? So whoever is the primary contact, that person can tell you how much information they are able to actually get from this person. So I think that might be a helpful rule of thumb to go by, perhaps. Otherwise, it's very complicated, for us to make that determination.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Yes, please. I'm not sure if I can answer that question for you. I think there's a little bit more legality involved in that. So you're saying if the child has a disability, would it become like a aggravated? Oh, you mean the perpetrator? I'm not sure if I'm answering your question right, but there is also some kind of brain differences that happens due to chronic exposure to trauma. That is possible. Now, trauma-induced disability, we can't tell what it would look like, right? Now, when there's a learning disability or ADHD, we know exactly what it looks like because they're born with it and that's how their brain's wired. But when there's a trauma, we don't know how it is going to impact your brain. So depending on how it impacts, maybe if it impacts the same areas as a person with learning disability, maybe the child will start showing difficulties in that area. Yes, so the trauma can lead to something like that, but we don't know what it would manifest as, if that answers your question.
Ma'am, in Mission Bachelor,
I think ma'am, you'll have to leave because it's...
I'm very sorry about that. I'll take the last question maybe, or will it be too late?
Yes, this is the last questions.
Please,
yes, ma'am. In Mission Bachelor, there is a provision to keep 5 children with special needs in every CCI.
Huh.
I think it's a great initiative in case of inclusion.
Right. Do we have a provision like that?
Yeah, ma'am.
We do. Yeah, I could see that in some of your presentations. Yes, I've not seen this in Karnataka.
There is a provision, but it is not in practice, but there is a provision.
Right. Yeah, some of our legal instruments are beautifully written.
Yes.
It's just that, it has to be implemented.
Yes, ma'am. It's very essential to implement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your patience. Thanks. And thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Bindya Sajid, for thought-provoking presentations. Sure. May I request Madam Morami Das to make her presentation?
Very warm good afternoon to the Honorable Judge and Chair and all the dignitaries and participants and my dear friends present here. Today I was asked to make a presentation on the analysis of data on children in juvenile justice system, including the gaps, challenges, and recommendation. And here I come with presentations of data. So my first slide goes on the definition of a children, which which I assume that we all know what a definition of a children in JJ Act is. This is just the two categories which are defined, which is child in conflict with law and child in need for care and protection. Next, now I come with the statistics and data. Here there is a comparative graphical presentation on crime committed by juvenile CCL in Assam with all total all India average. The source of this information is taken from the Crime in India, which is published by National Crime Records Bureau. In the year 2019, we can see that the number of crime in where the CCLs were present were 129, whereas the national average was 32,235. In the year 2020, the rate was 247, and in comparison to all India level, it was 29,768. Then the next year, like in 2021, the rate of crime which was committed in Assam was 206, while the national average was 31,170. And while we come to the year 2022, we can see in comparison to Assam, we have 246, while the national average was 30,555. Till 2022, the data in NCRB has been published. 2023 is not published yet. This is the last 4-year crime rate comparison of Assam under crime committed by juveniles with all India national and highest crime rates in different states. We can see in 2019, the rate of crime in Assam was 1.1, while the rate of crime in all India level was 7.2. We can also see that the highest crime committed state was in Madhya Pradesh, which was 18.4. And in that, Assam position in all India level was 25th. In the year 2020, the rate of crime in Assam was 2.0. Rate crime in the all India level was 6.7. The highest state with the crime committed by CCLs were Chhattisgarh with 21.4, and in that year, Assam position was 21. In the year 2021, the rate of crime in Assam was 1.7, followed by all India national rate was 7.0. The highest crime state was Chhattisgarh, and our position in this year was 20th. If we see in the year 2022, we can see that the rate of crime in Assam was 2.0, rate of all India level was 6.9, highest crime rate was in Chhattisgarh, and then our position in this year was 23. The next year is the slide and data on crime committed by juveniles in Assam. You can see here we have the major heads of murder, hurt, kidnapping and abduction, rape, riots, theft, burglary, and then the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, the Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act, and the Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. These were the case reported in the various crime heads in the following year, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. The next slide is a comparative graphical presentation on crime against children in Assam with all India total. We can see in 2019 we have crime committed against the children in Assam was 6,608, followed by all India level was 1,48,090, and in the year 2020 we have 4,622, followed by all India level 1,28,531. 2021 we have 5,282 with the All India average was 1,49,404. In the year 2022, we have 4,084. With the All India national level, it was 1,62,449. So in this slide, we have a last 5 years comparative analysis on the major crime heads crime against children in Assam with a percentage variation. We can see at the bottom of the slide, we can see the total case reported in 2019 was 6608, and the cases reported in 2020 were 4622. So there was a variation of minus 30.1%. And then if we come to the variation of 2020 and 2021, we can see the percentage variation is 14.3%. As we move on to 2021 and 2022, we see a variation of minus 22.7%. But when we come to 2022 and 23, there is an increase in this percentage, which is 149. It is basically because of the Child Marriage Act, that there has been a drive on Child Marriage Act in our state of Assam, where many of the accused were arrested, and many of the cases were reported. So my next slide talks about the gaps and challenges and good practices. We can see that 320 numbers of women help desks has been set up in the state to make the police station more women and child friendly. And the CID is also monitoring the POCSO cases as well as the heinous crimes against women and children, such as rape, murder, child sexual abuse, trafficking, etc., to ensure proper supervision and bringing the case to a logical conclusion in the stipulated time frame. Complaints of missing children are mandatorily registered as regular criminal cases for proper investigation of such cases, as well as imparting proper justice to the children. We have special operating procedures issued by MHA for investigation and prosecution of rape against women, including POCSO Act cases, has been circulated to all concerned. A handbook for all the investigating officers of crime against women and children have been prepared by CID Assam and distributed to all the concerned. Sexual assault examination kits have been distributed to all the police stations, and training have been imparted to all investigating officers for the same purpose. We also have online complaint of cybercrime, particularly against women and children, received through National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, which are being addressed as per as the SOPs. We also have a portal on NCRP, which is a part of CCPWC, which is Cybercrime Prevention Against Women and Children scheme, launched by MHA. A cyber forensic training laboratory has been set up in CID under this scheme. DGP Assam chairs a monthly crime review meeting involving all the districts, where all cases are discussed, and focus on crime against women and children is a priority in such meetings. And the government of Assam have created a post in CID Assam called SPCID, Crime Against Women and Children, which is exclusively to supervise and monitor and guide the cases relating to women and children. We also have a very good project, which is a brainchild of Assam Police, that is Shishu Mitra Resource Center, which is under the flagship of Shishu Mitra program. This was an initiative by Assam Police in partnership with UTSA, a child right organization, and UNICEF, which is also working for enhancing the capacity of investigating officers in the child-related cases. We have also child-friendly corners, which have been set up in various police stations of Assam under the Moitri scheme. It is also assisted by SMRC, and the process of setting up many more of such corners are in the pipeline. These are few of the pictures. We have more than 150 plus. In 103 of the police stations under the Moitri schemes, where there is a child-friendly corner, there are also discussions are being made on making specially abled friendly restrooms for the children, and also 103 number of child friendly corners have a ramp for the specially abled children. Here are a few of the points which have been stated in regarding to child friendly policing. The POCSO Act 2012 mandates that the police officer should not wear a uniform while recording the statement of the children, and due to paucity of time and other practical constraints, this procedure is often overlooked. So the idea of a child-friendly jacket was introduced under the Assam Police Shishu Mitra program, and in this program actually incorporated training on sensitive handling of cases relating to children with disability as per the JJ Act, the Rights of Person with Disability Act, and Mental Health Care Act 2017 in the annual training. Recently, SMRC collaborated with NIMHAS Bangalore to provide orientation to investigating officers on eliciting evidences from children with disabilities. A first round of pre-services training conducted for the trainee deputy SPs and sub-inspectors at Northeast Police Academy in 2023 were made. Through the helpline which was established at the Assam Police Shishu Mitra Resource Center, investigating officers are helped to access special educators during recording of statements under Section 180 of BNSS through linkage with DCPUs. In the upgraded police station under the monetary schemes, which I have already said that the ramps have been built in 103 PS to ensure that accessibility of children with disabilities, especially children with intellectual disabilities, were made. This is a child-friendly police officer's jacket, which investigating officers wear to meet the victim in his or her places of request. This is an annual training of on child right across Assam. This is 3,000 plus officers were trained till last year 2023. And apart from that, we also train police officers, and from 2019 we have a data of 7,447 of police officers who were trained and sensitized and made aware of the new legislations and policies. These are some of the social media posts that we post through Assam Police from SMRC. We all know that special juvenile police unit have been set up in each and every district of Assam, and child welfare police officers are also appointed in there. But some of the challenges in here that most of the time, although we train all the CWPOs, but they get transferred within or outside the district, and the trained CWPO might not be available in all the police stations. This is one of the challenges. There are also social workers which are appointed in the DCPUs, but we can sometimes see that they are every time are not actually professionally social workers in some cases. The counselors sometimes do not match with the relevant background of education and experience. So these are some of the challenges that we face while going for an investigation of the cases, or whenever we need some special educators or some counselors. Capacity building measures are to be taken on a regular basis, and there are special cells for women which are established at the Sadar police stations of 11 districts of Assam, which actually work tirelessly for the cause of women as well for children. Now one of the recommendation is that we should have at least one major call women police station in every district. which we have in the city, but a all-women police station is not present in every district of Assam. One of the major problems is the understaffing of police personnel. And the second thing is that to effectively reduce incidents of crime against women and children, more and more women should be recruited in the police force who would be specialized to deal with cases under crimes committed against women and children. These are the following activities that are required for the betterment of the working of the police fraternity, as well as to help to bring on justice to the victims. Like, we need to have creation and recruitment of dedicated human resource. That is one. We have to have more establishment of 24/7 help desks in all police stations, and there should be women and child helpline with women operators. There should be provision of computer, phone, internet connection and operator, etc. And setting up 2 segments within the cell, one for women and the other for children. And dial 112 and district control room should have cells for women and children. We have very less observation homes, only three of there are in Assam, and traveling from different and distant part of the state to these places is very time consuming and problematic. But children homes for C and CP are also not that much, we have very less. In case of deaf and dumb victim, to find an interpreter or a translator is very difficult, although not impossible. Access to interpreters, special educators during recording of statement, sometimes it is the need of the hour, but sometimes we have to face challenges searching for them. Data regarding children with disability is very limited, and it is not also there in our National Crime Records Bureau's data, that Crime in India book. And access to JJ fund for creating child-friendly infrastructure also, although it is mentioned in the JJ Act, but we are finding very difficult to access this fund. Here are some of the instances of where last year in most of the cases, POCSO cases, sub-inspector got her 4 cases convicted. One case was Nazira PS case number 303/2019, and the accused was Muhammad Rakibuddin, and he was convicted under Section 6 of POCSO Act and sentenced to undergo rigorous imprisonment for life. The second case was of Nazira PS number 277/2019, and the accused was Sri Basudev Kodal, who was convicted under Section 6 of POCSO Act and sentences to undergo rigorous imprisonment for life. And third case was of Nazira's same Thana PS case, 163/2019, and the accused Sri Raju Bosumutari was convicted under Section 6 of POCSO Act and sentenced to undergo rigorous imprisonment for life. And the fourth case was Nazira PS number 257/2020, and the accused Sri Karan Gar was convicted and was sentenced to undergo rigorous imprisonment for the period of 20 years. There are many investigating officers who are working for the betterment of the public and also the victim, and there has been many convictions under POCSO Act. And this lady was from Karbi Along, and she was Srimati Kalyani Dibra, who was Sub-Inspector of Police, and she was posted in Nazira PS during her, she's currently posted in Morrigaon district, but then she was posted in Sibsagar district, where 4 of her cases were convicted. These are some of the Shishu Mitra Champion Award, which is given to police officers who are not sometimes get due recognition, and also the stakeholders. For example, we have Dr. Abhijit Sharma, who was Superintendent of Medical GMC in Guwahati. He was also awarded this year. And we also, because as police department, we cannot work alone. We have to work in a team, say with the medical department or with home department, or with other departments like the social welfare department, the legal services, etc. So these are some of the pictures where police officers and also other stakeholders were awarded for their outstanding work. Again, with the feel-good conclusion, this is a child victim writing a gratitude letter to our Inspector Pallavi Saikia of CID for her good work. Again, this was featured by our Assam Police group Instagram handle. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Moromi Das, for your well-informed presentations. Now the House is open for discussions. Any input, suggestions from the House? I suppose there is none. We are already short of time. There is another sessions. One important thing I find that because you see the visible disability is no issue, but invisible disability, that is in the earlier speaker, which needs the assistance of experts. And this is an area we are very handicapped. So far the expert is concerned, even in the what it is called section 15, preliminary assessments. And though the cases are very few for the children with disability, but the assistance are required. A good suggestion has been made that if there can be sharing of resource persons from different parts of the country. Since cases are very few, we can thought of generating a resolution also from here that we can, whether we can have a portal projecting the resource persons on that, interpreters, special educators, on the special side, so that very few cases are there, deaf and dumb and all these things. So if somebody is not, there is none in Assam, we can borrow someone is available from Bengal, Odisha, wherever. So if we do not know where it can be found, if there can be a provision for a portal that reflecting that the resource person, then it will be easier for sharing the resource. That can be thought of. That I find one very important suggestions. And the other regarding the disabilities, basically, as I have said in the beginning, the operationalization, implementation, that is the issue. During the discussions we come to even these institutions, the prime institutions, does not have the disabled friendly facilities. So this reflects some amount of insensitivity also on our part. So what is necessary that we must be sensitive to these issues, not only legal things, but it involves the rights of the children or rights of the person suffering from disabilities. Because persons includes the child also. Because that act calls the person with disability. So if we are not having the minimum child friendly or the disabled friendly infrastructure that is denial of the right provided by the statute. So this is really a very serious thing. We can thought of, all stakeholders are there, we can take note of this, that at least we should endeavor so that in every institution, schools, wherever, there should be the child-friendly or the disabled-friendly infrastructure so that their rights are not denied. Because this is not anything, privilege we are providing. This is a right. So right cannot be denied. And the state has the responsibility, because state plays the role of parent party. So state has to take the responsibility in all these things. So stakeholders are there. My request, and I think High Court committee will also take note of this, so that state can discharge its duty as a parent party in respect of the children with disability. With these few words, I conclude, because we are already behind the schedule. There is another schedule. Thank you very much for participations. So thank you, Mr. Madam Das.
We'll now move on to the parallel group sessions. Group 1 will be chaired by Honorable Mrs. Justice Rumi Kumari Phukon, former Judge, Guwahati High Court, presently Chairperson, State Police Accountability Commission. The theme for the group discussion in Group 1 will be Children with Disability in the Juvenile Justice System.
Honorable Mr. Justice Kalyan Rai Surana, Judge Guwahati High Court, will chair Group 2 on the theme of Children in Need of Care and Protection. The theme of the group discussion for Group 3, which will be chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Arundip Chaudhary, Judge Guwahati High Court, is Child Survivors of Violence.
I would like to inform everyone that the parallel group discussions will be held simultaneously in 3 different rooms, which are as follows. Group 1, room number 309, Group 2, room number 215, Group 3, room number 205. The participants are requested to proceed to their respective group discussion rooms as per the list given in their individual folder. Thank you. Group 1 is 309. By the way,
Smita.
All the participants are requested to reassemble here after their individual group discussion sessions are over.
Honorable Mrs. Justice Rumi Kumari Phukon may kindly be escorted to the dais. All the participants are requested to please come forward for the group discussion till the middle row. The High Court registry members are requested to kindly felicitate Honorable Mrs. Justice Rumi Kumari Phukon. So welcome all the members present here and the participant to this session. So yeah, our topic is in 4 points. Obviously, this is all related to disability aspect, not in general, as our topic is also related to disability. So now we have to discuss, and your discussion will be on these topics: availability of service to inform judicial as well as services, including early diagnosis, referrals, linkage, require medical support, services including entitlement, gaps, challenges, and recommendations. Availability of professional functionaries, specialized and skilled workforce, gaps, challenges, and recommendation. Convergence with specialized service, which including child development expert, fit facilities, and mental health professionals, interpreter, sign language expert, and counselor, etc. for children with disability across service and infrastructure. Family-based restoration and installation and rehabilitation service, including case management, follow-up practices for CCL. So this 4 points, we have to have this discussion and some report. So let us initiate on this aspect. So among the, how many persons are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. So around 20 maybe. So you want to have one small group, so you have to discuss and elicit some point here. Okay. So you are all scattered now. So you are in the corner, both of you are corner. Come forward here. Come forward here to make a group. You are from which state? Mizoram. So how many from Mizoram in this room? No, in this room. So you can join also here, because it will be difficult otherwise, no? You can join with Assam also in any other state and come to a consensus on these topics. What is your suggestions and recommendations? So from state-wise we can proceed, or what? Sit earlier. Hey, don't tell me I give me support. Actually, আমি কৰিব নালাগে না, ইউনিচেফৰ কোনো নাই নেকি? মাতি দিয়া, তেওঁলোকে মাতি দিয়া, তাহাঁতি কৰিব লাগিব না? So আপুনি ইউনিচেফৰ নেকি? You are from UNICEF? No, from High Court. So call anybody from UNICEF. So you have to organize all these things, no? Let them assemble somewhere. Otherwise, how can they discuss? They have to they have assemble in the same place. Now, otherwise you have to discuss. All of you have to discuss and come to the consensus on every point. There is 4 points. আপোনালোকে মিলাই দিয়ক, সেইটো তেওঁলোকে নাজানিব ন? তো মিলাই দিয়ক। এই পাছফালে আছে এতিয়া মানুহ, মানুহ এটা গ্ৰুপ বনাই দিয়ক, এটা গ্ৰুপ বনাই দিয়ক চবকে।
এজন দুজনকে পঢ়িলে নহ'ব না। তাহাঁতৰ এজনক মাতকচোন, তাহাঁতৰ কোন আছে? SCPC ডিপাৰ্টমেণ্টৰ কোন আছে? কোন আছে? এজনে থাকক। আপোনালোকে অংকটো কেনেকৈ কৰিছে? আপোনালোকে এতিয়া চাওক 4খন ষ্টেট আছে স্যাৰ। এভৰি ষ্টেট মাইট হেভ ডিফাৰেণ্ট ওৱান।
Sorry, ma'am. I was there on the ground too. Okay.
we request all three of you now is sitting separately. So if you all come together and discuss as a team, and then identify someone from your group who could take note, and then when the plenary session happens, you can present the findings. And your topic, if I understand it correctly, it is children in conflict with law, right? So from that perspective, you please discuss. So as a group, you need to discuss, not separately. With the permission of Ma'am Chairs, it will kill, you need, we have, but that will take time, no? So you can sit at a time.
Time will be only for 15 minutes. You have to wind up at 4 times.
Right.
That is 20 minutes more. So you give it up to 4
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so please discuss in the group so that it will be easier for you to take it. Issue is important now, state so we know.
So resolution will be one, not the state-wise. This resolution will be one. Just take, one should take responsibility to write down all the points properly. Okay? Then you have to present. So your time already started, no? Only 15 minutes left. You just start it. Start it and complete it. Around 4. Around 4 o'clock. One by one, you just start it. সব একে ল'লে ৱাশৰুম কিমান আছে
কি progress এটা ফালে থাকি They are winding up now.
No.
Continue. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
For 15 they should be.
That should be good. Okay. Let them also know the timings. No?
Complete. Okay. Then let them come. But prior to then, arrival of the other groups, let us have some deliberation on the issue. What is your deliberation on the issue? Just informally. Now they will come. So, what is there any consensus among all the states on the issues or different issues? Almost same. So, first point, let us have an informal discussion. They will come. Availability of service to inform. First point, what is the submission? Perhaps you will submit your name, please. Services to inform judicial as well as services including early diagnosis. Let us have an informal discussion. No, availability is also whether any service is available to inform the parents or family members. Now the question will be whether it is available or not. No, it is the duty of the police actually to ascertain all the details, is not it? So generally that linkage is not available to inform the family or this one, is not it? Password ke diye. So till then when the child is kept? JJ? Home. So you can also give suggestions. So you have recommend the suggestions. Okay. So actually, immediately it will not be available. Just you pick up a child from somewhere from the shop or the street maybe. So that is not maybe not immediately available. But they have to given time to. They fail to produce. Meaning thereby perhaps they will not. They have not properly inquired into. A child or Aadhaar card ko pa labo. Child or age related by book postu. So generally special juvenile unit is under the headed by Deputy Superintendent of Police, na? So they should have give proper guideline, na? But it is not there.
No, they are generally produced by police or what? Police. Concerned police station, but they did not produce the boy or girl before the SGP. Early and early diagnosis means of this materials, no linkage. It does not indicate the medical one, no gaps, challenge, and recommendations. So you can give some recommendation here, no? Okay. And then next, availability professional functionaries. What is? Regarding what? Counsel in the homes. How many counsels there? They are not professional. So they are while they are appointed, this background is not seen perhaps. That's oh. So every home there is no such things, and they generally, huh? There are only 3 perhaps in Assam. 5. Now it is 5. Earlier it was 3. So it is very difficult. এটা তো আছেই So home generally is maintained by one superintendent perhaps. How many persons? Ejon and another staff, and the counselor. Counselor goes there regularly or not? Then he can give proper suggestion. He should be active in this regard. So medical college or so availability professional is not at all proper. So you can give all these recommendations here. Next, specialized service including child development expert. Perhaps that is not this sort of things, no? Answer will be no perhaps. These things are. So regarding these fit persons means psychologist or medical or what? Child development expert means how? What is the category? What will be the categories here? Child development expert, fit facilities, mental health professionals. Mental health means psychologist, perhaps. Huh? Oh. Fit facilities means other medical facilities or recreation facilities. Everything will include, perhaps, is not it? Huh? পাৰ্টিকুলাৰ পাৰ্চনক দিব পাৰে, সেইটোতো আছে দিব পাৰে, কিন্তু যিখিনি দিয়া নাই যিখিনি তাতেই আছে তেওঁলোকৰ কাৰণে কি ব্যৱস্থা আছে? No, actually, JJB আণ্ডাৰত যিবিলাক বিশেষকৈ এইটোতো JJB অৱশ্যে নট CWC JJB আণ্ডাৰত এইটো ফিট পাৰ্চন টু বি কেপ্ট ইন এক্সপাৰ্ট হোম অৰ দিছ অৰ অবজাৰ্ভেশ্যন হোম অৰ shelter home, whether they declared this sort of things. Is there any provision? General order, perhaps general order is passed. Sound. Fit person means fit facilities means বুজিছোঁ কিন্তু মানুহ এটা যেতিয়া প্ৰডিউচ কৰে JJBৰ আগত তেতিয়া JJB তেনেকুৱা অৰ্ডাৰ কৰিব পাৰে নেকি? General order যায় নহয় এনেকুৱা এপ্ৰোপ্ৰিয়েট ফৰাম একো অন্য নাইয়ে নেকি যে নো ফৰাম এপাৰ্ট ফ্ৰম অবজাৰ্ভেশ্যন হোম নো ফৰাম সো কি আৰু NGO বা এনেকুৱা নাই NGO বনোৱা নাই JJB ৰিস্ক ল'বলৈ দিগদাৰ হয় Then who will decide where the child will reside? It will be fit per institution. Who will decide? নগাঁৱত আছে নেকি বকু যোৰহাট আৰু কাছাৰ তিনিখনে নে আৰু আছে ছোৱালী দুখন আৰু বাকি এনে জেনেৰেল পাঁচখন ওকে সো এই অবজাৰ্ভেশ্যন হোম গিটাৰ বাদে আৰু অন্য একো নাই ইয়াৰ আণ্ডাৰত একো NGO ৰেজিষ্টাৰ কৰা নাই আপোনালোকে গম পাব NGO ৰেজিষ্টাৰ হোৱা নাই আছে এইটো আকৌ আসামী হৈ যায় নহয় তাত আকৌ ইমান অসুবিধা নাই আসামীকেইটা বেছি কেয়াৰ ল'ব লাগিব পলাই গ'লে কি হ'ব অবজাৰ্ভেশ্যন হোমত ৱেল হেৰিবিলাক প্ৰটেকশ্যনবোৰ পূৰাকৈ আছে বাউণ্ডেৰী এটচেট্ৰা সিকিউৰিটিয়ে সহায় কৰি দিয়ে নেকি কেতিয়াবা পলাই কিছুমান বহুত অলপ ইণ্টেলিজেণ্ট থাকে অৱশ্যে ল'ৰা ছোৱালী আজিকালিও আৰু বহুত থাকে কিন্তু এতিয়া এই JJB ক্ষেত্ৰত এটা প্ৰব্লেম আছে হেৰি CCLতকৈ ইয়াত অলপ প্ৰব্লেম য'ত ত'ত ল'ৰা ছোৱালী এৰিব নোৱাৰি তো ছেফ ছাইড একচুৱেলি পাৰহেপছ তো অবজাৰ্ভেশ্যন হোমৰ কাৰণে আৰু একো হেৰি হোৱা নাই নেকি আগতেতো বহুত এইবোৰ লিখা লিখি বহুত কিবা কিবি হৈ গৈছে আপুনি SCPCৰ নেকি ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্টৰ ইয়াতো এটা প্ৰব্লেম একচুৱেলি অবজাৰভেশ্যন হোম আৰু লাগিব না মানে ওপেন হোৱা নাই এতিয়া কমপ্লিট ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট ৱাইজ মানে ৰেট অফ পপুলেশ্যন জেজেবিৰ কিমান বা এনেই যদি ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট ৱাইজ নেচেচেৰী আছে নেকি নালাগে এনেই ক্লাষ্টাৰ অফ 3 ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট 1 অবজাৰভেশ্যন কেন বি নিয়াৰ বাই ডিষ্ট্ৰিক্ট কেন বি মেড one observation will be sufficient for 3 to 7 districts. Okay, we will deliberate again. Family-based restoration, generally, restoration and rehabilitation, including case management. Last point. Kundu. Huh? নপঢ়ে means নপঢ়ায় ডিপেণ্ডাম recommendation to Didibo. Just give your recommendation. What is your feelings and opinion in this point? Hello. আজি নাহিল নাই মই নাই ঘৰত তুমি তলত চোৱা তুমি এটা কাম কৰা জাষ্ট এই ওপৰত মই মাটি দেখিছোঁ টাবত মাটি আছে ওপৰতে মধুৰি গছজোপাৰ ওচৰতে মাটি আছে তুমি সেই টাববিলাকতে ৰেডি কৰা আছে যিমানবোৰ টাব আছে মাটি উলিওৱাচোন বিচাৰি দিছে ওপৰত আছে টাববিলাকৰ পৰা আজি ৰেডি কৰা বাকী চব টাববোৰ এবাৰ ভিজিট দিয়া ঠিক আছে So you can give your suggestion, no? You can give your suggestion in your this one, then it will be effective, no? So anything from your side, anything more? Teloko etu discussion ho gose, no? Okay, then you can write up all these things you have write up. Roughly loi eta di dile bhal asil. এওঁলোক অহা নাই এতিয়াও আহে বোধকৰো তেওঁলোকে টাইম লৈছে নেকি অলপ আহিছে এইটো ৰাইট অফ হিচাপে দিলে ভাল আছিল তেতিয়া মানে বস্তুটো থাকি যাব এতিয়া যদি মাৰি দিয়ে কোনোবা উলিয়াইও দিব পাৰিব লেপটপ আনিছে নেকি আজিকালি সবেই লৈ ফুৰে না ঠিক আছে হাতেৰে লিখি দিয়ক আৰু কি লিখি দিলে মানে বস্তু থাকি যাব ইয়াতে কম্পাইলেশ্যনৰ সুবিধা হ'ব আপোনালোকৰ বৰ্ডত কোন কোন আছে ইয়াতে আপোনালোকৰ জেজেবিৰ আপুনি ন কি আছিল নামটো আপোনাৰ দেৱাশিষ বৰুৱা বাক্সা আপুনি তো কামৰূপ পৰ নেকি মৰিগাঁও পালেগে ন আৰু আপোনাৰ আমিনগাঁও আগতে SDJ মুখে আছিলে নাই কাৰণে আৰু আপোনাৰ আপুনি ক'ত আছে এতিয়া নগাঁৱতে আছে নগাঁৱত আপুনি কি জেজেবি চাই নেকি POCSO হিচাপে আহিছে ন মই বোলে জেজেবিও চাই নেকি ন এতিয়া মানে চিলড্ৰেন কোৰ্টত যায়গে যিবোৰ মানে ডিটাৰমিন হৈ যায় এই ডিটাৰমিনেশ্যনৰ পাছত আৰু পক্সো উপৰিও এইটো এটা আপোনাৰ এক্সট্ৰা ঠিকে আছে 800 পক্সো $800 highest perhaps then how you will deal it
কপি কৰা নাই ডাইৰেক্ট পেনড্ৰাইভ
আৰু এজন লাগিছিল একচুয়ালি আপুনি লিখিব হাই কোৰ্টলে আপুনি দৰকাৰ হলে জেজেবিললৈকে লিখক আমাৰ কমিটিলে লিখক so they have completed no let them come we are informally discussing okay just you write to the high court আকৌ লিখক আপুনি আমাৰ কমিটি মেম্বাৰক কুঠৈ যাব এলোকক কৈ যাব এবাৰ too much highest in the Assam perhaps conviction ahe ne compromise hoy ahe compromise ahe ne nahi na eibu kesat compromise usitu nohoy actually compromise to usit nohoy here to settlement for only for settlement only for the case purpose not in reality right ঠিক কথা তো কনভিকশন বা বাসি বলে এটো করে তো হেৰি এলাও কৰিব নালাগে এই কাৰণ বহুত আপুনি জনাই দিব এটা ৰিটেন এটা দি দিব আপোনাৰ ফালৰ পৰা আকৌ ৰিটেন দি দিব এখন আপুনি হাই কোৰ্টত দিব ৰেজিষ্টাৰ জুডিচিয়েল ৰেজিষ্টাৰ জেনেৰেলকে এড্ৰেছ কৰে সব আৰু দি পেলাই তেতিয়া লগলে কপিটো জেজেবি দি দিব কমিটিলে দিলে আপুনি তেওঁলোকে অলপ পাৰ্চু কৰিব পাৰিব তুলু কিন্তু এটা মেটাৰ বুলি দি পেলাই তেওঁলোকে অলপ প্ৰেছ কৰিব পাৰিব এইবোৰ ক্ষেত্ৰত আপোনালোকে হেৰি পাইছেনে ডিসেবিলিটি থকা চিলড্ৰেন পাইছেনে জেজেবিত আপোনালোকে নাই অল আৰ জেনেৰেল not a single one disability then tahato keneka heri kore এইটো তো সাংঘাতিক সিচুৱেচন in other state Mizoram who is representing Mizoram so how is your is in your state things are running on observation home and etc sufficient
Hello. Leadership, even though I'm not in this group, but I would like to speak on behalf of Mizoram and say that in all the districts there are observation homes. Observation homes are usually attached to the juvenile justice boards. So
how many observation homes?
In the old districts there were 8. Now 3 new districts have come up. So we have not started functioning as
total how many districts, how many homes?
11 districts and 11 homes. Yeah.
11 homes in every district?
Yes.
So it is quite a good position.
Yes. The social welfare department the women and child department, they're very active. So I think they do play their role quite substantively.
Then other state and ownership? Arunachal? Pasighat is far away, no? Then what is the pendency then? Not so higher instead. Otherwise, this only one JJB, one district. Every district it has comprised. So how many this one homes are appropriate? Oh, so in your JJB it is 22 cases. In other district? Oh. So you can address all the issue to this committee, Juvenile Justice Committee. You can address a letter. So Arunachal, only one state observation home, only one home. So
Say, for example, my board is, I am functioning in the office of Child District Protection Unit office, and from the boardroom, there is one way which goes to the room of one accountant. So, and the room is so compact, it is,
So perhaps court building is not yet started, perhaps?
court building is there.
Then?
This court building, the court has to sit separately.
JJB is a separate building.
So that is to be child friendly. But in Arunachal it is not the case.
Then you have to have impress upon the district administration for build up a separate accommodation with child-friendly this one, and then now you can write to this committee also. The committee can take proper action on this matter, no? So this thus comparison to Mizoram, so it is well equipped. But Arunachal is only one. They're very pathetic, na? Arunachal. Then who is left? And another is left. Nagaland. Nagaland. Who is representing Nagaland? Nagaland. Yes. So what is your state? 11? Sound please. 11, home in 11 district. Otherwise it is completed. Then it will cover every district now. 11 district. You have 11 district, no? Okay. So if your all inconveniences should be informed to this Juvenile Justice Committee, then they can give proper direction to the state also and the government also to mobilize all these things. Otherwise, sometimes directly from the committee. Now the committee is always under the supervision of the Supreme Court. Now the JJB, Juvenile Justice, this aspect is directly monitored by Supreme Court, then High Court, then the state. The state is bound to do all these things, no? So you have to inform this Juvenile Justice Committee so that they can pursue the matter in the right track. So aru kun ahibo baki thakil? Two groups, all groups has come. আমাৰটো হৈ গ'ল. So you have given expert tax worker required. Expert tax worker. Tax worker means, so he has written here, expert tax worker required, counselor observation not trained, special training must be given to SGPO and child welfare. Science language experts should be made available in all the district. Police must inform family members. Vocational training, skill development training must be imported. So this combined report, hello, group 1, combined report perhaps will not do for all the state similar, because it is a combined report, is not it? No. Otherwise, this Mizoram and this Nagaland said their infrastructure is proper. Every district they have this one sufficient. They have not complained about infrastructure. So it should be properly written that in Assam it is required. So you have given a shortcut reply here. So you have mentioned here the infrastructure of observation home and JJB should be improved. Where? In Assam perhaps. But in their state it is adequately Unasal and this one. So you just write it. And I have asked them now. They said it is every state. Only Unasal is not there. You improve it. It to Assam it to likhi dio. No, otherwise no hoy no. Aru etu bostu expert tax worker mane ki bujale? Expert tax worker mane? First point to tax worker mane etu okoman bostu to okoman bhalke dio. ahok yate the discussion to hobo to no preliminary discussion inquiry sob ho gol ago rewrite koribo dis ako rewrite koribo dis this sort of conclude mane ekni mo part to mo hoy gol eta apnaloko eta pass eta etu kila group division and briefing ekinto hoy gol aru ekinto key comments, 3 concrete ideas for 5 minutes.
Should I start?
No,
Start kori do.
Preliminary report eta loi pelalo sabore. Diar pori likhile ekapota ko.
Nai goise
report eta discussion korilo. Discussion kori sabore feedback eta extra ke lilo tahante shortcut
1 minute dio.
Itu amko so akon dighon ke likhibo. Devices bilak bostu bilak point to short kori dise. Amko korai dise.
ठीक
अपना है नहीं अपना मैं तो तीन का सेट होते तो DVD आता है कि तब उलिया लो
We now move on to today's concluding session. In this concluding session, the participating states of Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland and Assam will be given 5 minutes each to present key commitments and 3 concrete ideas which they plan to implement in their respective states. May I first call upon the representative from the state of Arunachal Pradesh. Can we have the group points from group 1, please?
Respected Honorable Justice Surana sir and other justices present, Honorable Justices present here and the dignitaries. After discussion of Group 1, our recommendations are first of all, in juvenile justice boards, expert case workers are required. Number 2, counselors of the observation home are not trained. So proper training must be imparted to the counselors of all the observation home. Special training must be given to the special juvenile police unit members and child welfare police officers. Sign language expert should be made available in all the districts so that the evidence and depositions of the differently abled persons can be recorded easily. The police, in cases where the CCLs are apprehended, in many cases we have seen that the police officer do not inform their parents, guardians, etc. So the police officer must inform the guardian, legal guardian and parents of the CCLs immediately after the apprehension. Again, in observation homes, the facilities of vocational training, skill development training must be imparted to the CCLs in the observation home. Special educators should also be made available in the observation home. The infrastructures of the observation home and JGB should be improved, especially in Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. So these are the recommendations from Group 1. Thank you.
Can we please have a representative from Group 2?
Good afternoon, Honorable Lordships on the dais, respected officers from the state government, judiciary, police department, officers from UNICEF, social welfare department, and all other stakeholders of the juvenile justice system who are present in today's consultation. I'm representing Group 2. I'm Ipsita Borthakur, Special Judge POCSO Nagaon, and the focus of our discussion was children in need of care and protection. So there were 3 points assigned, 4 points assigned for discussion. Some of the suggestions that we have brought forward, we want to bring forward, could be overlapping. So as a whole, I would like to highlight the points for discussion. Regarding the availability of services to inform judicial as well as other stakeholders, availability of professional functionaries, specialized and skilled workforce, challenges, etc. So some of the points that we discussed, and we make the following suggestions. We come up with a suggestion regarding the development of a web portal linked to all the stakeholders of the juvenile justice system, including the court, the JJBs, police, then CWCs, Childline, and all other stakeholders of the system. So whenever there is a report of a missing child or abandoned child or orphan child or perhaps a survivor of sexual assault, so that all the stakeholders in the portal, all the stakeholders of the system come to know about it immediately. That would help in effective coordination and immediate information. And that could be followed up by immediate medical care and other facilities to be provided to the CNCP. And for that, it is also important that this web portal remains active 24/7. One or the other person has to be assigned and remain active so that immediate information is received. The second point that we discussed was, if a survivor of sexual assault requires advanced medical care or treatment, she should or he should be entitled to advanced medical treatment even in the advanced and private hospitals, because the nature of the assault could be very grievous, that cannot be solved at the local level. For that, if as directed or recommended by the special court or the JJB, that survivor, the child survivor, should be entitled to free or state-sponsored medical treatment even in the most advanced hospitals. So this is our second point. Where the victim or the survivor is a child or a CCL, then the police personnel should be sensitized and all other stakeholders should be sensitized through awareness programs at the time of producing the CCL or the victim before the court or the board. And there should be awareness campaigns where all the senior officers of the juvenile justice system shall remain present. And then there should be availability of support persons, translators, interpreters, etc. in every district, so that whenever, as and when the court or the board or the CWC requires the assistance, the support person or the interpreter is readily available, rather than waiting for a day or two for the interpreter to come from some other district. Then the infrastructure of the CWC, the existing infrastructure of the CWCs and the Juvenile Justice Board should be improved so that exclusive attention can be given for the fullest implementation of the Juvenile Justice Act, both in case of the CCS as well as the CNCPs. And the work should not be divided that the same person performs like multitasking. So his attention should not be divided, and it should be ensured that that officer is concentrated fully on the juvenile justice system. Then regarding the family-based restoration or institutionalized rehabilitation services, although there are provisions under the JJ Act as well as the POCSO Act for rehabilitation of the child, but it is seen that there is delay in the release of the funds. So the release of funds should be expedited so that the financial help reaches the victims or the survivors immediately. At times they require immediate rehabilitation. So that the funds are available in hand and the CNCPs can be taken care of. So these are in brief some of the suggestions from Group 2. Thank you.
The representative from Group 3 is requested to come.
A very good evening. Respected Lordship Kollan Rai Surana, respected Lordship Arundev Chaudhary, respected Lordship Rumi Gumari ma'am, representative from all the 4 states, my friends. I am Dr. Hirendra Kaisap. I am District and Sessions Judge cum Special Judge POCSO, presently posted there at Bomdila. I am representing Group 3. Under the able chairmanship of our Lordship Justice Arundev Chaudhary, we have discussed the issues relating to the child survivor of violence, and we have also discussed lots of problems which we have faced in different field of our working practically in the society, and we have come up with some suggestions how to eliminate with the problems and issues that we are facing. We have got lots of things there in the place, but we have got the problem that the things are not working properly in coordination with one another. That's why our suggestion is that first of all there should be there should be strengthening of legal framework along with collaboration with the doctors or medical fraternity. For establishment of child-friendly court, we already have got child-friendly court, but during the day we have heard that the speaker said that there were court who were not that much friendly with child. So this may be lack of information, this may be lack of training. So the child-friendly court should be really child-friendly, and as Justice Arundev Chaudhary has said that we need independent court who will be dealing with the child-related cases only. Otherwise, the same judges is dealing with all the cases with hardened criminals. We cannot expect the same thing that he will be that sensitized with dealing with the children. That's why we need an independent child-friendly court to deal with the cases relating to the children. Then we need proper enforcement of law. Again, I will say Justice Arundev Chaudhary during the morning said that we have got the base of laws, but only thing we are lacking that our laws are not properly implemented. So we need proper implication of the law which is already there in place, and we have to take care of the implementation of the same. Then training of the stakeholder like doctors and judicial officers. Trainings are being going on, but even then we think that there should be more provision for training, and there should be child-friendly legal framework that we have discussed, that one victim, he has to or she has to say the same thing before doctor, then before magistrate, then before police, again and again. It's really traumatized situation for the victim of a survivor of a crime. So we need to have a proper procedure which will be good for child-friendly legal framework. Then we need a special unit for medical examination of the victim, as we have the police unit, special police unit for deal with the juveniles. But we don't have a special team of doctors who will take care of the victims who are traumatized, who had suffers a lot. But if they treat the victims of a violence as the same patient, then it will not, we will not have got the proper examination and proper report. If the doctors are not sensitized enough to examine the victims, that will not be proper. That's why we need a proper sensitized unit of doctors who will take care of the survivor. Then we have got the option of taking statement of the victim in presence of relative and video audio recording, we all know that. But as we are advancing, we can make a provision for recording of the statement of the victim through virtually when the victim is there at residence or somewhere. Then we are always giving legal services to the accused, legal services to the needies, but we are not taking much care for the survivors for giving proper legal assistance. So we should have that a burden to give proper legal services to the victim. Then we will suggest regarding immediate rescue and crisis intervention. Justice Lordship says that he had faced a problem when at 2 a.m. in the night he called to police station, but even police did not receive the call. So anything can happen with anyone. But if we do not have a properly working immediate rescue and crisis intervention system, then giving a just helpline number will not properly serve the issues. So we need one exact crisis intervention mechanism. Then we need rapid response team. We need 24/7 helpline, which is really working. Then we need comprehensive medical and psychological support to the survivors. Then we need trauma information health center. We need proper SOP regarding the examination and counseling of the survivor to comfort the victim, because he is or she is already a sufferer. If we let him suffer more in the terms of medical examination, in the terms of recording of the statement, if we don't give him psychological support, so he will be allowed to suffer more. We must have the centers for immediate sexual assault response for immediate action. Then there shall be some home for short-term and long-term rehabilitation center. We have got homes, but we do not have the homes which will take care of the outgoing inmates regarding their rehabilitation to the society and the family. There shall be facility for education with life skill training. Then there should be community-based reintegration after proper counseling, facility for the reintroduction of victims or survivors after counseling. There shall be awareness regarding school-based capacity building programs. There shall be proper data collection and proper research so that we know the exact scenario of the society, so that we can assist for making a new policy and we can advocate for support of new policies with the proper data and proper outcome of the research. Then we have got all things. The only thing we don't have is proper monitoring. So there should be proper monitoring regarding the functioning of the NGOs, like child welfare committees, like district child protection unit, like child-friendly police unit. We need to have a proper monitoring of the functioning of all these dignitaries, all these institutions which is working for the betterment of children. And at the last, I would like to conclude my suggestion and issues by saying that our effort needs a proper coordinate effort for support from all the stakeholders we are present here. I conclude the remark from the group 3 with a request to all the stakeholders that let us join hand with one another to give a proper child-friendly or comforting to the victim atmosphere and proper services. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Now I request state representatives from the state of Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland and Assam to present key commitments and 3 concrete ideas which they plan to implement in their respective states. Each state representative will get a maximum time of 5 minutes. May I call upon the state representative from Arunachal Pradesh, please?
Respected Honorable Judges, Chief Justice from Guwahati High Court, and my esteemed members or representing the various stakeholders. I think from state of Arunachal Pradesh, my department was actually not dealing with JJC and this POCSO. I was actually director of this only social justice. I'm dealing with the disability. So this time I'm being the nodal officer. I have no any idea much about all these things. Therefore, I don't have any comments. Of course, whatever they have said, the juvenile justice home, all this will be taken into account, and I will also apprise whatever has been discussed here to my government. I think RC is a very Chief Minister is very smart in all these things. I think I can convey the message to him. This much only, I think. Thank you.
Someone from the state of Mizoram, please.
Respected judges, delegates, and my other colleagues, after a long day and after listening to all the stakeholders and the presentation of the other states, the three commitments that the state of Mizoram will have in the future will be the strengthening of the already existing services. As we all know, many of the services, many of the infrastructure, many of the existing infrastructures that we have as per the Act and as per the rules, many of the states have established all that. But the gaps and the challenges that we are facing is the implementation and the usage of the available and existing infrastructures that we have. So in the future, our commitments will be strengthening of the whether it's the minimal or the maximum infrastructures that we have. And the second point will be that sensitization and capacity building of stakeholders, especially in relations to the roles and functions of our counterparts. We all know that our roles and responsibilities that each department have. We are very familiar with our own department roles, but we are not very familiar with our counterparts. That is why we are facing the gaps and challenges in implementing all these services and providing the rights to the children. So our commitment will be the strengthening and sensitization and capacity building of the existing stakeholders. And next will be the providing more safe housing and rehabilitation centers for the victims. There are many facilities and centers that have already existed, but they are not friendly or child-friendly enough for their rehabilitation purposes. So that will be the three commitments that we are having. Thank you so much.
May I now request a state representative from Nagaland to come forward, please?
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, officers from the various Northeast states, I take this opportunity for Nagaland State, and we appreciate for this multi-task consultation meeting that has been held today. I can say that for the state of Nagaland, this is the first time that all the line departments have attended this meeting. And we appreciate for the detailed consultation that has been provided to us today. I wanted to convey that for the state of Nagaland, our commitments that I can convey to my department and to the line departments is this, that in point 1, we want to have a POCSO team in every district so that the team can have a government WhatsApp group for easy communication and whenever the need arises. And the second point is we will pursue with the medical and also with the education department for giving us appointment of more professionals. And thirdly, and we want to give an awareness along with all the line departments to form the various programs, especially in relation with the disabled. Thank you.
Finally, we have the state representative from the state of Assam.
Your Lordships and distinguished guests. Sir, it will be difficult to give a firm commitment as I have higher levels to consult with, sir. But however, sir, in keeping with your advice today, sir, we will be thinking in terms of having a policy on aftercare. That is number one, sir. Secondly, sir, as promised during my presentation, we will be forming a interdepartmental working group which will be meeting every month and take firm decisions on how to integrate our functioning so that we don't function in isolation and that we can take decisions as a whole, and we should be more focused on what we are actually attempting to do rather than trying to do things on our own without getting any tangible results, sir. The third is, sir, I will be reiterating my Honorable Chief Minister's commitment to end child marriage by the year 2026, sir. This goal has been set by the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, and to achieve this, sir, we will have more community education, strict enforcement, and we will provide opportunities by way of even establishing more schools if required, sir, so that child marriage can be curbed to a very large extent and if not, sir, eliminated by the year 2026, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
As we come to the end of today's program, I would now like to request Honorable Mr. Justice Kailan Rai Surana to kindly present the closing remarks.
My esteemed brother Justice Arundev Chaudhary, my esteemed sister Justice Rumi Kumari Phukan, all the participants, especially Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Nanda, who is, along with the state of Assam, represented by Mr. Parthapratim Majumdar, to have organized this meet. They deserve a special thanks, along with Mukesh Chandra Sahuji. This consultation, the best part which I think I will take home is the immense dedication towards the cause which you have all displayed by your participation, your interaction, and especially I am moved with the presentation of Dr. Bindya, who was here. She had displayed her effort to know each child who is suffering from some disability and to adjust with that child and to see that the statement of the child is brought forward to the court. That shows the amount of dedication she has in her work. This is what I think I should take home. And I would also request all of you that this is not just a department or just a portfolio which you are holding. This relates to the child care and protection, the all-round development of a child who has been a victim of some sort of deprivation. We are also dealing with those children who are either marginalized, maybe because of poverty, maybe because of the social status they are in, or the disabilities which, or the barriers which the society has created for some of them. Therefore, the effort should be that if there is any of you feel that there is any difficulty or an impairment in the performing of your duties so as to achieve the purpose of the acts, then you should be free to interact so that at the stakeholders meet, we can take a policy decision whenever you have any difficulties, please try to express that to your controlling departments, because many a times we are not aware of what is actually happening at the field level. So if any, for example, like a child who is in conflict with law or is a victim is not produced before the CWC, as pointed out today. So that means we are failing in our system, and therefore to rectify it, maybe I am at fault. But this is the forum in these interactions where you can easily point out even if I am at fault, so that the purpose of the acts are achieved, and those who are marginalized by their disability or because of their being a victim of the circumstances, they are empowered to come back to the society. The group discussions were all made in your presence. You are all aware of the deliberations. I would not repeat those, because you are all responsible and otherwise well empowered personals in your own field. So the idea is that these deliberations also through you move the government so that the facilities which are required to be made available are made available and are functional. We have also seen today the presentation by Arman Ali, where he has given a very simple example that a victim or a disabled person has to go from his home to school. How does he or he go? So therefore these are things which we see every day, but we don't feel it. So therefore this is a feeling which you should convey to your respective controlling authorities, so that those facilities which can be made available and which are required to be made available are put in place. I thank you from the core of my heart to be here in the deliberations. You have taken so much of pain to come from the states of faraway states from Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. You have perhaps traveled yesterday, spent your time and energy to be here with us in your deliberations, and we appreciate the involvement, the dedication which you have shown today to be in the program all throughout. And we hope that by the time we meet in the next year, we will all be having good experiences to share, so that there are no complaints about the shortcomings which the institutions of child care, child protections, child development, the empowerment of these children to bring them to the equal to us, those will be reduced to a great extent. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Your Lordship. On behalf of the Juvenile Justice Committee, Guwahati High Court, the Department of Women and Child Development, Government of Assam, and UNICEF Assam, we would like to thank all the dignitaries and participants present here today. Tea is served outside in the lobby. I request all of you to have a cup. Thank you.
follow in rim row.